Good evening. Welcome to the July 20th, 2026 regular meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming,
Present.
Councilmember Freely,
Present.
Councilmember Atkins,
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings,
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell,
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And for tonight's invocation, we have Reverend Clark from the St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church. And we will stand for the pledge. Well, first we'll have the invocation, then we'll stand for the pledge.
Amen. Let us go to the Father as we close our eyes and bow our heads for a brief word of prayer. Spirit of the living God, fall fresh on me. Spirit of the living God, fall fresh on everyone under the sound of my feeble voice. Dear God, it's once more and again that we just pause just to say thank you, Lord. We thank you for the rising of the sun and the going down of the same sun. Your name is truly worthy to be praised. And dear God, we lift up the great city of East Point, the mayor and the council persons and all of the constituents, the citizens, dear God, and all that call East Point home. We ask that you continually rain down fresh anointing and blessings upon everybody's house, business, individually and collectively. Dear God, we ask for greater unity among the brethren, the sisters here in East Point, and we ask that you use us for your glory and for our story in all that we do, think, and say. Let us make right decisions that govern these people in East Point. And also, dear God, let us live according to your grace and your will. It is in the matchless name of Jesus Christ that we give you honor and praise. And the people of God collectively say, Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we have a update today. The Sergeant of Arms tonight will be Lieutenant Farmer. Is that correct? Farmer? Farmer. Okay, thank you so much and welcome to the council meeting. So may we have a motion to adopt the council?
So move.
Okay.
We adopt an agenda, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we adopt the agenda, are there any updates that we want to make to the agenda? Okay, sorry. Council, before we adopt tonight's agenda, are there any updates that we'd like to make to the agenda?
I was going to ask if you could move my item up to the top of discussion. Can you move my item up? Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. Oh, it's 19, item 19. Item 19, Madam Mayor. Can we move that to the top of that discussion when we get to our items? Wherever you see fit. Say 5.
Okay, I'm sorry. Item 19, thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. What section would you like to move that to?
We can move it by 5.
Okay.
I was gonna, that's consent.
So item number 19 will come before item number 5 on the agenda. Do you have a motion?
Oh, yeah, so can we make a motion to move item number 19 in front of item 5 on today's agenda?
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you. Is there any other items that need to be moved in the agenda? Any changes?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I wanted to look at, since Councilmember Ziegler is not here, item number 18. It appears to be a duplicate item with item number 3.
Okay.
So just wondering if there is a need for that duplicate item? All right, possibly remove it?
As Councilwoman Ziegler is not here, do you think Madam City Attorney, can we move it to the work session or leave it on the item until what's the best way to proceed?
It's whatever gets majority vote by the council.
Okay.
If that's a motion by Councilwoman Caldwell to remove number 18, you'll get a second and then a vote.
Okay. Okay.
So I can make the motion. I move to remove item number 18 from the agenda.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item number 18 will be removed from the agenda. All right. Council, is there any other items before we proceed?
Yeah, one more. I would like to make a motion to remove item 17 from the agenda and move it to our next work session.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item number 17 will be moved to our next work session, which will be August. What's the date on that? The work session in August. You already called for the vote.
Madam Mayor, the August work session date is going to be August 10th. So we're going to take item 17 and move it to August 10th
Yes.
work session?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Council, is there any other items? Okay. Okay. May I have a motion, yes? Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda with all of the changes.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The agenda has been adopted. Okay. Next, we'll move on to the approval of the city council minutes from the city council regular meeting, July 6, 2026. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Okay. So we will move on to the section of the public hearing. And this is item number 8. Council discussion and possible action on zoning application P2026 RZ00102. Request to rezone property located at 3005 Sim Street from R1A Urban Residential Zoning District to R2 Residential Townhome Zoning District. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. So we'll now have our presentation.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
now
I'm
that
sorry.
the public
The
hearing
rules.
has been moved and second and approved to be opened, I'll read the public hearing procedures.
Thank you.
Before adopting any change to the zoning maps or text of the zoning ordinance, the City Council shall hold a public hearing following the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission, where a recommendation was made on the petition. Public hearings before the City Council shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer, the mayor, will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. That's already been done. The presiding officer or his or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the city council. Staff will then be called to present the planning commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or the applicant's designated representative, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers, provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker, other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of his allotted time for rebuttal. Lastly, speakers must adhere to rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify himself or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Thank you. All right, Director Smith.
Thank you, Kimberly Smith, Mr. Kelly, representing Planning and Community Development. In reference to this item, just wanted to make a note that the public hearing did occur on this case on April 20th. The applicant made a request to defer. The applicant made a request to defer this item on April 20th, and that deferral was granted. The intent of the deferral was for the applicant to meet with the community, which it is my understanding she did get the opportunity to meet with the community. Staff did recommend approval of this case. At this time, we are wanting to go through, we can go through it quickly just to give everybody a refresher on what the application was. In reference to this application, the applicant is Sharifa Jackson. The property is proposing to be rezoned from R1A, which is our urban residential, to RT, which is our residential townhome. The property is approximately 0.365 plus or minus acres, and it is located on Sims Street. The zoning map is what we're showing on the screen. The property is highlighted in the light blue on the corner of West Taylor and Sims Street. The future land use map has this designated for redevelopment neighborhood, and it's surrounded by that future land use designation on all sides, as you can see. The future land use map also has it as redevelopment neighborhood, but on our East Point MARTA Station transit-oriented development LCI study, which was done some years ago, it has this area geared for 4 to 8 units per acre on our land use map, but on the transit-oriented study, it allows for 25 to 75 units per acre. Staff did recommend approval with the following conditions. The first condition is to be in compliance with the plans to develop. The development shall be substantially conformed to the site plan submitted with the application and subject to staff's approval for final adjustments. Condition number 2, landscaping and screening. A minimum landscape buffer with evergreen planting shall be installed along the property lines adjoining single-family homes pursuant to Chapter 6 of our landscape requirements in the zoning code. And item number 3, condition number 3, the application shall go through the infill process as outlined in Article J, which is our infill application. I also want to note that the property right across the street was rezoned to residential townhomes as well. It was approved with the same conditions. So I just wanted to make a note of that. I'm not sure if the applicant is present. I don't see her in the audience. I don't see her in the audience. Ms. Jackson.
Okay. Since the, since the applicant is not present, do we want, can we just, right, Madam Secretary, do we have any, do we call for anyone in favor of or against the case?
It sounds like in Director Smith's staff report, there was a public hearing back in April, and so my only question is whether or not this was re-advertised for another public hearing.
No.
No. So, Madam Mayor, you've conformed with the zoning procedures law, having already conducted a public hearing, and so now the matter is with the City Council for a motion, second, discussion, and a vote.
All right. Is there a motion on the floor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to state before the community that the Center Park neighborhood did have an opportunity to meet with the applicant. She presented the same presentation that was given to the public on April 20th. She presented that to the community. I had previously been concerned about this application because there was a desire to put garages on the front of this as opposed to the back of it. The applicant has since sent us back 3 different renderings showing that if they put the garages on the back as I had previously desired, that there would be an easement behind the properties that could create, that would make it slightly harder to sell the properties. So given the community's understanding and acceptance of this proposal and giving the developers due diligence to accommodate the request of this council, I would now like to move to accept the rezoning application for 3005 Sim Street with the conditions that the Planning Commission has recommended to include approval, to include compliance with the plans, meeting the landscaping and screening conditions, as well as going through the Article J conditions as it relates to a townhome development.
Madam Mayor, because this is a zoning ordinance, you need to waive the first read.
Motion to raise the first reading?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The reading has been waived. Is there a motion to adopt, or to approve the, I'm sorry, go ahead, state your motion again.
I move to accept the rezoning application at 3005 Sim Street with the 3 conditions listed for council to include compliance with the plans, the second condition for landscaping and screening, and the third condition that the infill process outlined in Article J for townhomes must be followed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Councilwoman Hemming in for a discussion? And Councilman
I'm also in.
and then Councilman Atkins. Oh, you're in. Okay, Councilman Atkins?
Okay, thank you. I just had one question. Director Smith, I think I recall you stated that the recommendation of staff was to approve, but I don't know if I heard the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Was that the same?
Yes, it was the same.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions. I yield.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have council discussion and possible action on the alcohol license for new ownership at the Texaco Market.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The public hearing is closed. Thank you.
You will need a public hearing for this item as well, Madam Mayor.
Is there a motion to open the public hearing for council discussion and possible action on alcohol license, new ownership at Texaco Market?
So move.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, thank you. Go with your presentation.
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Applicant Mr. Sanani has completed the City of East Point alcohol license application and submitted all required documentation. The applicant is the new owner of the Texaco located at 2995 Headland Drive that previously held an alcohol license under prior ownership. Staff has reviewed the application, determined it to be complete, and is presenting it to council for consideration. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Let's see. Do we have anyone here in favor of the license? Is there anyone here against the alcohol license? Okay. Do we have any questions from, any clarifying questions from council at this time? Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know, Councilman Atkins was it?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to reiterate, there is an existing alcohol license, or had been an existing alcohol license at this location, and it's just transferring to the new owner. Is that correct? All right, thank you.
Okay, that was my question.
Councilman Atkins? Councilman Atkins?
Sorry.
Okay. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Okay, second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I make a motion, or I move to approve the alcohol license for new ownership at Texaco Market.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Is there a motion to close the public? No, I'm good. Okay. All right. Now we will move on to the public comment section of the agenda. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comment form available in the City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form. Provided that the speaker, given his or her form, that he or she gives all or part of her time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes per speaking time. Speakers may address the council only during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions for the speaker may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over the speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules and decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenities will be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 15 speakers today. Up first, we have Ms. Katisha Kirby.
I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, are you starting the time, the clock? Press your microphone, ma'am. There you go. You got it. Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is my first time here, and I know I only got 3 minutes, so I'm gonna be quick. As far as the parks and the pools, I wanted to address those. We do have a lot of parks with damaged sidewalks and trails and vandalism. We do have broken equipment that the kids are still going out there playing with. The chains on the swings are broken, that hasn't been addressed, and these are more than just one area in East Point. These are several parks that I've came across, because my kids go all the time and they train there, and I find out these issues while I'm there. Preferably, the parks probably need more maintenance workers, maybe some kind of, I don't know, some kind of something. We don't have any public restrooms at the parks either, and that's a problem. Kids are drinking water and juices and playing real hard. You know, there needs to be more public restrooms at the parks. Maybe more guards, cameras, or something like that, safety patrol, I don't know. But that is a real issue right now for me and my family and most of the people that I know. As far as swimming pools, they are mostly vital for the summer. All kids of all nationalities go there. You know, they do have problems with diving equipment. There are chips missing in the walkways to the pool and coming from the pools. The lifts, sometimes the lifts don't work for the disabled people. Now, I've took a few people that are disabled to the swimming pools in this area, and they do not have proper working pool lifts. And I find that to be very disturbing. Everyone should be able to enjoy pools comfortably and safely. And on to the meter replacement, I myself have had issues with my meter. I've went out of town several times and been gone for long periods of time and still come back to a power bill for over $300. I've unplugged all of my appliances. I've cut off from my air conditioning and absolutely unplug everything, gaming systems, make sure everything's turned off, and the bill is still high on more than one occasion. I've been in the same place for 3 years, and even as me a drill sergeant, my bill still is high, regardless of what I'm doing to decrease the bill. So replacements in my neighborhood, I think, is very vital, because something is going on that is absolutely not correct. But I still pay it. I'm still adhering to the rules, but there's something seriously wrong with our meters in my neighborhood, I believe, because I'm not the only parent having this issue. And that's all.
All right, thank you. And did you state your address for the record? Just want to make sure we had you on the record for your
My name?
Your name and your address, please.
My name is Katisha Kirby, and my address is 1086 Calhoun Avenue here in East Point, Georgia.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you.
Up next, we have Marie Terry.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. Now that, what that young lady just spoke, is a great example of the budget. It's like, I just want to bring some remembrance to everybody before y'all decide to approve this budget. Y'all have to remember that the city manager does not follow directive. And I just want to read some stuff up that I have. Fire station number 2 renovation, it was denied. Parks, recreation, and sports complex, denied. Swimming pool upgrades, denied. Power storage and power backup, denied. New courthouse, denied. Water plant, WTP shop and infrastructure, denied. Stormwater drainage and flood solution, denied. AMI meter project and pipe replacement, denied. Council, y'all did approve pay increase for the police department, yet those raises was not provided, leading to a lawsuit against the city. This is lately. So you ask yourself, why are the police officers fighting for pay that was already approved? Why are seniors and vulnerable residents losing support? Why is the city hall rewarding itself while cutting service to the community? Is East Point moving forward or being taken backwards? Now, I'm asking that the city manager be removed. He does not follow directive of the city council. The last meeting I was in, he was told to do something. Get the budget ready, itemize certain items, and it's not done. So I say remove him. This city needs to move forward. And you guys, I'm asking you, do not approve that budget unless every line item fits. The police department training, the travel, the senior citizens, the pools for our children. Y'all know that this city needs to move forward. And we have a city manager that can't do that, can't balance a budget. Y'all need to come together as 8, not 4, 8. Remove him.
Up next, we have Cheryl Woodruff.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Woodruff, and I reside at 2932 Dogwood Drive. I've been a resident. I purchased that property in 1996. At that point, 2 years after there, I started to have stormwater problems. I'm not new to you, Mayor, but some of you already know of the situation. The property that my house is built on, the land was slated for stormwater runoff for the Cherry Blossom neighborhood. Went down and did the research. You all may research after me. Somebody purchased the land for $1, built a 3-story home there. It was elegant when I moved there, flowers planted and everything. Then here come the stormwater. I get water, 6 foot of water have been in that basement. I've had engineer, I've been through 4 mayors, Hilliard, Mayor Ernestine Pittman, Mayor Peterson, Mayor Ingram. I've talked with them all about it. The house is full of mold. You had your inspector come out there. He did condemn half of the house, told us to wear masks on the other part. We had to move out of the house because we all got sick. Not you all, but it was scheduled a doctor's appointment, my family and me, to go be checked out for the type of sickness we was having, breathing problems. You all made the appointment. We went. You all didn't even pay the bill. The bill ended up on my credit report. To this day, I hired a private engineer. He said, you all need to be out of there like yesterday. I even tried to call the basement people to see if they could lift it up where it could be replaced. He said, I could take your money, but let me tell you, this house is crumbling. There's easements running from every house just about on that area up under my front. That was the reason why they never built a walkway to the front door, because there's pipes all up under there. They knew every time something happened, they would have to dig it all up. And so I have, those water is coming from the back end. I have videos. I don't have them with me today, but I have videos. You all got them. You got a whole stack of stuff. I have videos, I got pictures, I've called Public Works, I've called the police department, we stood out in the rain. Then, on top of that, the house is not sitting on Dogwood Drive. The house is sitting on Burns Street. This house was built, they was going to put a side street there called Burns Street. Somewhere, this developer decided he wanted to build this big house. Let me finish. Okay, and so...
Next, I'm sorry. Up next, we have Nessa Hall. Nisa Hall, and then you give your time to her? Okay, yes, got it. Pardon my time.
So he built the house that my neighbors live in, and then he purchased that land for $1. Built the big house. The house did okay, had one little pipe there for everybody's water to come through my yard, through the back, and I can get you all videos, and I will send them to you, where I am standing out in the rain, trying my best to hold on. My children have been in my basement, and I couldn't find my baby son one night. And there was so much water out there, you couldn't even see. The lady down the street had to run out of her house. Everybody's yard was full of water. My yard was full of water. I'm water pouring from the house. They let them build a big house behind me, $300,000 or $400,000. That water coming at me. Neighbors' water coming at me. I've been dealing with this for many years. Everybody, they've gave me all kind of excuses. We're going to tear the house down. Alex Mahajer, they fired him because he did say the house need to come down. Councilwoman Slaughter Gibbons, when it testified under oath, you can walk up to that house, you can smell the stench before you even get in it. You can't go in it, it'll get all over your clothes. Go ahead, daughter, you can tell.
Okay. So my name is Nisa Hall, and I am Cheryl's daughter, and she's much nicer than me. I want to direct this comment to you, Sean Atkins, and you, Tremaine Mitchell. Mayor, I know you're new to the situation, but I'm sure that this has crossed your desk on several occasions. We will find where the money is. I don't know what has been going on before I got here to figure out what was happening with my mom's property, but I just want to let you guys know, specifically the two of you that are over her property, that one way or another this year, we're going to find this money. So it's my suggestion that you guys get together internally and figure out where this money is that should be going to this neighborhood, because this year, it's about to get ugly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I just ask you, Mayor, it's pleased to meet you. This is all new to you. If you just pull my file, you'll be able to know what I'm talking about.
Up next, we have Greg
Oh,
Fan.
can we confirm that the address for your, locate the property, ma'am, please?
It's 2932 Dogwood Drive. Cheryl Hughes Woodruff is her name.
Dogwood Drive? Okay.
Dogwood, D-O-G-W-O-O-D Drive.
Okay.
Anything else, Mayor?
Just want to confirm your Dogwood Drive, East Point?
East Point, Georgia, yes.
30344 or?
30344 is
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please.
Up next is Greg Fan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Where do I begin? First, I begin by saying that this has been one roller coaster with this budget. It has been a roller coaster. You guys have spent so much time with this budget and trying to get it right, and I don't fault you guys. I really fault the city manager, because the manager's supposed to present a budget that you guys could approve. So you spent a lot of time now trying to figure it out amongst yourself what ought to be in the budget. All these things should have been fed out months ago. Should have been happening back in June. So I don't blame you guys totally, but I do blame you partially. But the reality of it is the city manager may be a nice guy, but I don't think this is the job for him. I don't think it's the job for him for the city of East Point. So I think you guys need to re-look at what you're doing and your management staff in terms of moving forward, because the most important thing is the budget. It's our tax dollars that you guys are managing in this cooperation, because it's cooperation. So you're managing our monies to provide services for the citizens. That's why you have so many citizens here tonight standing, because they're upset too. And one thing we do not want, we really don't want, I'm looking at all of y'all looking at me, and thank you so much Tremaine, you and Star, thank y'all so much. Because the reality of it is we're going to pay one way or another. We're going to pay with high utility bills, or we're going to pay with property taxes, but that money is going to come out of our pockets. I've been in 38 years. I've seen the city go through a whole lot, served up here to help during the time when we were broke. So I'm sharing with you some experiences I've had up here because we've had bad managers before that couldn't manage. Mr. Jones may be a real nice guy, but he cannot manage this operation, this cooperation. So I think it's time for us to consider our management team in terms of what we're going to do. Thank you, guys. God bless you. God bless America. And God bless your families.
Up next, we have Dr. William Bryant.
Good afternoon, council members, and I have honored Mayor of the City of Atlanta, of East Point, I'm sorry. I be in Atlanta so much I be thinking about Atlanta. But anyway, it is saddened that I come before you with this because I try to be fair with everything I do. I've been in East Point a long time, been a very active person in East Point. I've worked with everybody on this council except probably one person, two people. And I just can't understand what's going on. I know a lot of people in the city. I work with a lot of people in the city. I get along with a lot of people in the city. And by the way, I live at 3146 Boulder Way in East Point. And I've served as our chairman, the president of our community for a long time. But at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say, and I am a musician, it is time. It's time. It is time. There's a time for everything, but it's time. Sometimes it's time to wake up, it's time to get up, but now it's time to go. And I truly hate to say it like that, but it's time. You've served your time. It's time. It's time to go. Thank you so much.
Up next, we have Mr. Ralph Berry, and he had time given to him by Ruth Fleming, so he'll have 6 minutes.
Ralph Berry, 2502 Jefferson Terrace. Since January, I've listened to every council discussion on the budget and every public presentation by the city manager. I've also attended 3 budget town halls, participated in the capital projects charrette, and read both versions of the budget book cover to cover. I'm here tonight because I want council to know that having followed closely the budget process for the past 6 months, I no longer have any idea why council is not passing this budget. I don't mean that council's dissatisfaction with the proposed budget strikes me as unreasonable. On the contrary, making sure that the Equity Office survives the loss of federal funding, restoring the Home Repair Assistant Program for seniors, providing support for our downtown businesses, investing in the education and training of our city employees, making medical services available to the incarcerated, and cleaning up litter along our major thoroughfares. All these and many other council-proposed changes seem to me like worthwhile improvements. Moreover, even though council has spent months in what has often looked to me like unproductive, repetitive, and even theatrical debates, I felt confident that council was making progress and soon would adopt these improvements. So it seemed reassuring when 2 weeks ago, council finally presented a comprehensive list of proposed budget amendments, and just as importantly, a list of proposed funding reductions, including reductions to council members' own education and travel budgets, necessary to comply with Charter Section 5102B, the section stipulating that no addition to the budget by council is allowed to exceed the city's total projected revenue. Although I admit that I felt some impatience when council members still wanted to wait one more week before deciding, I could understand why they might need to study the list closely first before voting. However, when at last Thursday's meeting, not only was council no closer to making a decision, but it now wanted to debate additional changes, this time involving millions of dollars for water infrastructure. It became clear to me, and I think to many others in attendance, that the problem with council's proposals was not that they were unreasonable or unaffordable or needless. The problem was that there seemed no end to them, that there would always be more changes the council wanted to make. So I'm here tonight to say that the time for talking is over. Council has placed East Point in violation of its own charter and of Section 36-81(3) of the Georgia Code. And through its prolonged inaction, council is now preventing projects that rely on FY27 funding from getting underway. All because it wants to continue debating changes that, when added all together, represent no more than 2% of what it costs to run this city. It is past time to act. And the only thing left that anybody needs to say is, pass the budget.
Up next, we have Jackie Slaughter.
Y'all gonna be able to hear me. Jacqueline Slaughter Gibbon.
We hear you, we hear you.
First of all, council, y'all not taking it serious. Whoever the chairperson of the budget committee. That budget belongs to council, and every citizen in this city have a right to see what you put in this budget. The manager don't make up the budget. Y'all make up the budget by talking to the department heads. Every one of y'all. It's been filed against you, I'm gonna tell you now. And y'all be surprised, because they're not standing up here fussing, but they give you information. It will be filed against you, and every one of y'all gonna have to pay money. Because y'all let this man get away with doing whatever he wants. Did you ask y'all for your opinion? Did y'all talk to the department heads? No. Those are things you have to do when you're doing a city budget. You must do it. But he can hire someone in customer service that was a bus driver in Idaho making more money than she made there. He can give every department head an increase, but he can't figure out this budget. Y'all have exactly 60 days. Talking about a manager, fine. Bring his assistant manager and be better than his. At least she'll discuss it with you. Y'all got exactly 30 days. When they say take money, you won't be getting your spot money. No money that you get, even money that you spend at the tax you pay at the grocery store. And you will be made to pay everything back. this city will go bankrupt. You don't believe it? Get on this state order. It'll tell you. Y'all got 30 days to get a budget in and an audit in. The audit and the budget manager should be y'all choice, not his. You are his boss.
So that's it.
He don't tell you everything he do, even if he pass gas, he need to let y'all know it. And I'm being serious. So y'all need to get rid of him because y'all be spending money. And this city be taken over by the state. I don't know how many of y'all enjoy living here, but I moved to East Point in 74 because I like this city. It was fun. It reminded me of my hometown in Stockbridge. That's the reason. So y'all better get on the ball. Yes. And I don't mean tomorrow. Y'all need to be sitting down right now. This is what we don't want in this budget. And them raises he gave, take them out. Oh, I can give you some more information. He had an IT man using our credit card to fly and buy supplies and sit at home. I was intending to bring it, but I didn't have my car. Yes, and they kept him on the payroll for a whole year. And he was a convicted felony. And I got to. And you need to get rid of the city. Y'all say you can't operate. We operated a city. We operated a city with an attorney that made over $100,000. Barely. We don't need her. We need our own attorney 24 hours a day. 24 hours. You can call her. She know your own and everything.
Excuse me, Miss Jackie. I just need to say this because Miss Ivy just told me over there. Miss Ivy, Patricia Ivy is giving her 3 minutes to Miss Jackie.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
There you go. I got you. Miss Ivy just told me she giving you the time, so there you go.
I'm serious. This city is going to the bull. And once they take our charter, guess what? How you gonna live? How you gonna live in the city? You gonna be paying what Atlanta paying. That's the reason I moved East Point. I couldn't afford Atlanta high price.
Right.
Keep doing it. You'll be there too. And some of the others moved out of Atlanta around Grant Park because they couldn't afford it. I patrolled all of East Point, all of Atlanta. I even worked in East Point, College Park, and South Fulton buying drugs. So don't tell me about this city. And I read. I can get on the computer and find anything I want about anybody. Because I was certified through the federal government. So y'all better start looking and thinking about what you're doing. You can ask anybody in Atlanta, even the chief now, do you know Slaughter? Yeah. See, he'll tell you the same thing. And I've been retired 25 years. But I still keep up with what's going on. So y'all better get serious about this.
Manager got to go. The manager got to go.
So I got 2 minutes. I got a minute.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, I got a minute.
Okay.
All right, I got a minute. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and City Attorney. My name is Patricia Ivy, and I have been a citizen in East Point, a resident for 38 years. So I know I was here once time before, and I said I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, and I've seen the ugly. But right now, we need to do this budget, audit, whatever is stopping you all from doing what you need to do that. Because me personally, I don't want to see East Point taken over by Atlanta. That has been in the works for a long time. Atlanta wants East Point. They want this. So we need to make sure that that does not happen. And I also want to know who sets policy in East Point? Who sets the processes, procedures for The city? In the back, oh, the council there? Okay. It's the council, okay. I didn't know, being a citizen, I just asked. Okay, and I also want to know if the city manager, are you supposed to follow the directives of the council? And also, by not passing the budget before July the 1st, are there consequences for the city?
Yes.
And also, what is our estimated time for a budget being passed? And I'm done. Good day. All right.
Up next, we have Yolanda Johnson.
Hey, I'm Yolanda Johnson. How y'all doing today? I see y'all been in a little trouble. I'm ready. So.
If you could just state your address, ma'am, for us.
Yolanda.
Yes, ma'am.
Johnson.
Your address, please. Your address, please.
1083 Calhoun Avenue.
Thank you.
You ready? All right, so I've always been told before you start throwing salt, throw a little sugar. So I will say that when I first moved to East Point back in 2006, I fell in love with East Point because it reminded me so much of Scottsdale. I'm from Scottsdale, Georgia. A little small, everybody knew each other, everybody took care of each other, everybody made sure everything was okay. Even the police was friendly. Reminded me so much of Scottsdale. So I fell in love with East Point when I first moved here. But then slowly things started to change. When I first got here, there were activities for the kids, like there was a recreation center over there by O.J. Hurd that got knocked down. But I was told that it would be put back up, or something bigger for the kids, but it never happened, and that was 20 years ago. Now we see that the kids are just playing in the street, and you're starting to see bad habits starting to occur because they have nothing to do. So they find things that we wouldn't want them to do. That's what they find to do. Now my kids are grown, but I'm watching kids and seeing what's happening, and I don't like what I see when I see it happening. And I feel like something needs to be done as far as putting up another recreation center for the kids. Also in my neighborhood, let me get this out quick before my time run out. The light bills. I see people complain about the light bills, and I'm just now finding out that Microsoft is building a data center over there off of Ben Hill Road, and I want to know how does that affect anything when it comes to us. I'm not sure. I'm going to dig a little more, and y'all might see me again. All right. So, but another thing I wanted to find out is, because I keep bringing it up to the housing authority, that we need speed bumps in our neighborhood. I want some type of preemptive traffic control when it comes to our neighborhood. Like I said, the kids are playing in the street. And if you have people flying through trying to show off, we have a small neighborhood, and I know that people are going every bit of 45, 50, and 55 miles per hour down that little area, and we got babies playing in the street. And I don't want nobody turning into a Moni on somebody's grill popped up into the sky. But we need some type of control. When I spoke to the housing authority about it, they said it was city property, and that I needed to bring it up to y'all. So this is what I'm doing, bringing it up to y'all and see what we can do about that. Hopefully y'all can, just like think about it. If you saw some kids, they're not my kids. Like I said, my kids are grown, but I don't want nobody's kids hurt. It'll hurt me to see somebody else's kids hurt. So I would like for y'all to somehow discuss it with the housing authority and see what can be done. I will be checking with the housing authority, because when I become really upset when I'm passionate and I'm very firm in my tone. So I just wanted to bring it up, y'all, and see what can be done. I also want to know about this data center off of Ben Hill Road, see how this is affecting everyone out here that pays taxes and bills, because our bills are high for no reason. All right? Thank you.
Up next, we have Ronell Santrill. Sorry.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council men and women. Thank you for representing our great city of East Point. I know you have a job, and it's very hard, and I'm praying for you. I appreciate what you've done in our community so far. I live in the Williamsburg community. You paved our streets. I appreciate that. And also, I think a couple days ago, they added yellow and white lines. I appreciate that as well. A couple days ago, I believe 3-4 days ago, I noticed water coming out of my sink. It was brown, and I'm happy with the brown water was coming out for 2-3 days, and it's now fixed. I'm happy about that. As far as rezoning the property on Red Wine Road, I know it's currently zoned commercial, and it's been, people have been trying to rezone it for apartment living facilities, specifically speaking, senior citizen living facilities. I believe in East Point we have plenty of apartments. We have boarded up apartments. We have apartments that are half occupied, and I don't think we need any more apartments, or we don't need any more zoning for apartments in East Point, but we do need single-family homes and townhomes, and I believe that will probably increase our property value, therefore increase taxes, which will probably solve some of our budget issues that we're talking about today. And as far as parks, we need funding for parks. We need our parks to be modernized for children when they go out to play. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Perry Staples.
Okay, good evening. My name is Perry Staples, and I'm an East Point resident. I'm here to speak about last week's prolonged water outage and to present a petition signed by 124 residents and supporters calling for accountability, transparency, and financial relief. First, I want to thank the crews who worked through the weekend to repair the water main and restore service. I understand this was a difficult emergency repair and that water quality testing was necessary before the boil water advisory could be lifted. However, that does not lessen the hardship residents experienced. The outage disrupted daily life throughout our community. Families had to find alternative ways to meet basic needs, and many residents and businesses experienced unexpected expenses while waiting for the safe service to return. A monthly water bill is more than a payment. It is an expectation that one of the city's most essential services will be there when residents need it the most. Last week, that expectation was not met. Therefore, I am respectfully asking the council to take 3 actions. First, begin considering an automatic water bill credit for the affected customers and provide the public with a clear timeline for when a decision will be made. I understand this may require coordination with staff and additional review, but residents deserve to know that meaningful financial relief in the form of a bill credit is being seriously considered. Second, establish a clear and accessible reimbursement process for residents and businesses with documented outage-related expenses. Third, improve the city's emergency communication procedures for future outages. While I appreciate that East Point has a code red emergency alert system, many residents have shared that they signed up and still did not receive any alerts during the previous outage. As a result, some residents were unaware that a boil water advisory was in effect and may have unknowingly used the water that was unsafe. Whether this was due to a technical issue, enrollment issues, or another cause, it demonstrates that our current system is not reaching everyone it needs to. Tonight, I respectfully ask the council to consider these requests and keep residents informed about the next steps. I also would like to submit my petition on behalf of the 124 residents and supporters. I would appreciate guidance on the appropriate person to send this to so that it can be entered into the public record. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can give the petition to the clerk. Ma'am, hi, thank you for your comments. You can give your petition to the clerk. Thank you so much.
Lastly, we have Ophir Franklin, and my apologies if I mispronounce your name.
Yes, that's okay. Ophir Kalanji Franklin.
Good evening, council people and citizens. I'm Ofi Kalanji Franklin. I live at 2732 Kemmeridge Drive. I guess I can kind of echo some of the prior sentiments, and mine pretty much surrounds more of the business side of things. I'm a resident of East Point, but I'm also a property owner, of course, and a business owner. I purchased a property, a commercial property up here on Church Street, right across the street from the charter school. Previously, it was abandoned for like maybe 8-9 years. A lot of prostitution, drug use. The kids were going in and out, needles, etc., going on in there. The front windows shattered, and it's a large commercial property. I moved over in East Point about 4 years ago. I'm a real estate investor, and I kept driving around by this property, and I saw that it was owned by pretty much a loan shark kind of a company that just buys property. People foreclose on them, and they take it back, they sell it to somebody, etc. So they're just loan sharks. So they own the property for a good while, but it's been a beautiful property. It's in a great area. It's in a residential/commercial area. You know, great people in East Point. I love East Point. I moved over here, like I said, 4 years ago. Great relationships with the folks over here, and I wanted to invest in East Point. I'm from Massachusetts, so I've invested from Massachusetts on down to Georgia. But I kept hearing this stigma about East Point and their permitting process and how tedious and painful it is. And it wasn't until I was crazy enough or fortunate enough, however the way you see it, to jump into the pool of investors trying to invest in East Point. But the permit process has been an absolute disaster. Every contractor I've talked to questions why I even tried this process. And it's to the point where you get charged premiums if they'll even listen to you, if they don't just drop the phone and just disappear. It's very difficult. You see Hateville, College Park, you know, they're booming, they got a lot of motion. You know, we're becoming a cut through. We have to do more when it comes to the development in East Point. I see a lot of banners coming soon, but they never come. And now that I'm involved in it and my money's tied up in it, I understand why. We have a broken permit system, this third party, this safeguard, whatever the case may be, that we're using. We need to do away with it yesterday. We need to have a chief building inspector tomorrow. And a lot of the issues we're talking about tonight will be obliterated if we take care of this issue. Thank you, y'all.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the public for coming out to speak. We will now move on to comments from the council. And I think we have Councilmember Mitchell first.
Yes, thank everyone for their comments. Just really quickly, I just wanted to address Mrs. Woodruff. I know we've been working for a while now. I spoke with you the other day. I believe you're number 17 on the waiting list. So I just wanted to, so I'm not sure where the lines got crossed, but I definitely have been advocating for the senior no-cost home repair, so that's why we're here tonight. I'm looking for the money too, so hopefully I put it in the budget. So we will see if it passes or not, amongst other things, but I just wanted to reassure you, we're still thinking about you, but you know, we have to go through this process first. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But thank you. We're working on, so hopefully everything goes good tonight. Thank you.
Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you. Councilwoman Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much for everyone that had come out for the meeting this evening, for those as well that are viewing on live stream. And I just want one correction, Ms. Woodruff. It's not going to be Councilmember Atkins. I would be the other person. I'm his councilmate, and this is something that's new that I've just found out about. So I'm going to most definitely make sure that I work with my ward mate to make sure that we take care of the situation with regards to the stormwater issues that you're having. I too have some of those problems as well, so I mean, it's a work in progress, but we most definitely will make sure that we take care of that. Another announcement is the Fulton Fresh Mobile Market that's taking place. It's Fulton's Fresh Mobile Market. It brings farm fresh fruits and vegetables directly to the communities and across Fulton County. So they will be at Victory Baptist Church, which is located at 2736 Dotson Drive. That's going to be this Thursday at 10 o'clock. And also at Bethel United Methodist Church at 1 o'clock on 1215 New Hope Road in Atlanta. And one of the things that I would most definitely like to do is to thank, on last Saturday, we had the water main break on Headland Drive. And I would like to personally thank Director Miss Melissa, because I always mess up the last name, her staff, police, fire, also a huge shout out to Kayvon Arnold. That came out and I think she had maybe 2.5, almost 3 pallets of water that she gave out to the residents. But when I learned about what happened, this call came in at 1:45 on Saturday morning. And when Miss Melissa, once she found out, she got up, she went out, she issued a boil water advisory around 2 o'clock. They worked from 1:45 on Saturday morning until 12 o'clock. I'm sorry, until about 6 o'clock. My time's up? Jesus, I'm sorry. Well, thank you for everything that you did. I'm sorry. I don't know you get these 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and thank all of the residents who've come out tonight to share with us your concerns. I've heard a lot of concerns regarding the budget, and so hopefully my colleagues and I will be able to move something forward regarding the budget. Lots of things that we felt need to be included in the budget. We've had several meetings about including those things in the budget and also trying to figure out what would then need to be decreased so we may be able to add some of those quality of life services back into the budget. I'd also like to just share, and I appreciate my colleague, Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Mitchell, regarding 2932 Dogwood Drive. I had not heard of the issues happening there, Ms. Woodruff, and so I thank you and Ms. Hall for bringing those to our attention. And as they stated, they will be working with you along with the city as your advocate to make sure that those items get addressed. Sure thing. Finally, colleagues, I know that there was an email that came out late last week from the City Attorney's Office regarding our ethics board, and I had a vacancy there. I was trying to hold up on making any vacancies until we got the entire document where vacancies are available for all of us, and so I would like to make an appointment to the ethics board this evening, as I understand that the city attorney would like to do training, and I don't want to be a holdup on that. And so, Madam Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion regarding an appointment to the Ethics Board of Ms. Aisha Adams. If I can just get a second for that. Okay. And I'll just share with everyone that Ms. Adams has more than 25 plus years of progressive HR leadership, and I feel that she will be a value add to the Ethics Board. Her business leadership includes her current national role with Skanska USA, where she also has served as a regional HR business partner. Prior to Skanska, Ms. Adams served as the HR director at Aaron's Incorporated, the HR manager at Home Depot, and the HR manager at Ricoh Americas Corporation. Ms. Adams holds a Master of Science in Human Resources from Troy University and a Bachelor of Business Administration from Georgia State, and is a longtime resident in the Lakeside Preserve community of Ward D. And so with that, I think she'll be a value add, and that is my motion.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. I just want to say first and foremost, thank you to everyone that came out, spoke up tonight. Most importantly, your voice matters. We've heard your concerns, and many of them we will continue to look into and investigate. Of course, like many other nights, the discussion will be around the budget tonight as well. I know from the outside it may look as if council is moving slow or even delaying some of our decisions, but I do want my neighbors to understand that the budget is one of the most important decisions that we make all year. Why? Because it determines the service that we provide. It It determines the projects that we invest in, and of course, how we spend your dollars. Throughout this process, council has requested additional information through emails, in-person meetings, and even informal motions. Some of the questions took some time to answer. Some of them we haven't received answers to as of yet. And so it has been a bit difficult to move forward without that information. I do want to thank you all for your patience, and I understand while it may have taken us a little bit longer than what we've expected, I do believe the additional time has allowed us to make meaningful progress. So I'm looking forward to the budget discussion that we'll have tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you. I've partnered with the Teacher's Closet for back-to-school events happening on August 1st and August 8th. Meet me at the Teacher's Closet in East Point. I will not be complicit in illegal and unethical behavior. Let me provide the facts on what this administration allegedly inherited. East Point has not been behind on its audits for several years. The city fell behind with the 2024 audit and now potentially behind on the 2025 audit. The city manager was hired in March 2025. City Council has repeatedly received reports raising concerns about the workplace culture, employee concerns, and the administration of this city. These concerns include matters that may result in legal claims and additional liability for taxpayers. The city manager's absences and failure to communicate his absences with council members can be found in an email dated October 5th, 2025, entitled Absences/Thank You. It discusses the violation of the city charter. The HR committee does not have the authority to discipline or hold the city manager accountable. Council does. The city manager has weaponized the city's police department to investigate employees. This issue was never brought before city council and is a violation of the city charter. He does not have this authority. The city currently has no active bond rating. This affects economic development opportunities. The loss of this rating happened in January 2026 under the city manager's leadership. The city manager has also been given multiple directives publicly that remain unfulfilled. This is a violation of the city charter and a breach of his contract. Residents should ask how accountability is being avoided when the city manager is paid with taxpayers' dollars. I was elected by the people. I do not report to Redmond Jones, and I will continue to demand accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will move on to presentations and announcement. The first presentation we will have regarding the presentation of public briefing and of the Water and Sewer Department update from the 2026 water crisis. I believe that Director Echeverria is here, but as many of you have already heard and you know, on the weekend of July 11th, 2026, we had a water main break and many of our residents were affected. And so as a part of this presentation, we are looking to get an update on what actually occurred, and then moving forward, we will be asking the city manager to provide us an update on some additional information around this matter. So yes, at this time we'll hear from Director Echeverria.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Melissa Echeverria. I am your Water and Sewer Director for the City of East Point. The employees who worked the water main break that occurred on July 11th, just after midnight, we had 28 employees, including myself. We did put out community notifications about the water main break on Headland Drive, available water issues, and possible repair times under normal circumstances. And we can all agree that the circumstance on Saturday was not under normal conditions. Okay? At approximately 1:29 a.m., I received a call from the after-hours call center, which is IUC, as well as the construction manager of the Water and Sewer Department, Mr. Marvin Wells. He indicated that there was a mass outage, and I indicated to him how did he figure that, and of course, he started listing streets. There were streets in Ward A, B, C, and D with low water pressure. I immediately hung up the phone and I contacted the water treatment plant. And at the time, the operator is telling me they can't get the plant online and the city of East Point has 0 PSI. In terms of the American Water Works Association, a boil water advisory is required when the PSI is under 20. I immediately started asking them to turn on pump pressure. I immediately contacted the city of Capeville and College Park by 2 a.m., telling them to cease all wholesale water pumps so that we can see if our system had time to recuperate. In the meantime, I had to mobilize all of my plant management staff as well as the maintenance staff and crews. By 2:22 a.m., I sent a boil water advisory notice to mayor, council, executive managers, the communications department, fire, police, as well as the city manager's office. What you see on the board is the boil water advisory notice that I had to use by special means. I was not able to, by normal means, reach out to communications department and city manager's office. So during that time, I was forced to use Facebook, my personal Facebook page, to reach out to the East Point neighborhood to let them know that I had a boil water advisory. The next step I had to do was contact Police Chief Buchanan to tell him I had an emergency situation and I needed emergency assistance with Code Red. I then also contacted the Fire Chief Corey Thornton and urged him that we had a boil water advisory and I had no method of getting that information out to the public. I immediately hung up the phone and mobilized every person in the water and sewer line repair division to tell them to get to the city and bring pipe and pump so that we can determine what the issue is. At this time, we started looking through the city, and of course, the main issue was Ward C. Headland Drive is the heartbeat to the water treatment plant facility. Okay, it is the heartbeat. This is how we treat water, raw water, and this is also how we distribute it to all of the wards in our 4 above-ground storage tanks. At that time, we noticed that the entire roadway had collapsed on Headland Drive. Now, in terms of Headland Drive, that is the street that Senator Ossoff created, the East Point Water Infrastructure Act, by giving us $15 million to rehabilitate that street. Okay? Now, in terms of Senator Ossoff, they're not just giving us money. Me and my team compete nationally throughout the U.S., other cities, other departments to get money to fund our water infrastructure. We cannot fee our way out. Senator Ossoff, Nakima Williams, Warnock, if every resident in East Point had to repair that water main and those lines, they would have to provide $1,400 per household. And that money was given to us by what you already pay with your federal tax returns. I just want everyone to understand that me and my staff consistently worked very long hours fighting for grants. Since my tenure in the city of East Point, $44 million of grant funding has went through my hand of fighting and constantly competing for grants from City of Atlanta, Savannah, Macon. We are constantly competing because my staff has done the work. to replace the $44 million in infrastructure. Every resident will have to provide $5,000 per household. And this money, again, has not physically added to anything that you pay out of your federal tax return. I just want to show you that I am here. I understand the needs, I understand the demographics, and I am doing everything in my power to improve this system without directly raising rates. And I need people to understand that. Okay, so between 1:53 a.m. and 4:48 a.m., I was unable again to contact communications, city manager, mayor and council members. I had multiple challenges. Okay, and again, I'm doing this alone by myself. Okay, I issued the boil water advisory at approximately 2:22 a.m. and I sent a public notification to the communications department to put on all news stations at 2:27 a.m. Okay, what me and two laborers did, we contacted all the dialysis centers in the city of East Point. We know how important clean water is to dialysis patients. I emailed each and every facility that I have on the emergency list, and we personally delivered flyers to each dialysis center in the city of East Point, me and two technicians. I also, alone, sent every email to every HOA that I had on file that I've had dealings with over the last 10 years. I sent them an email notification that a boil of water advisory was in effect. And again, I did post on a personal Facebook page that we were under a boil water advisory. And I'm just indicating this to show you that public health remained the highest priority to the Water and Sewer Department. I had to contact Fire Chief Corey Thornton for access to Code Red, and he did not have immediate access, nor did Police Chief Buchanan. Okay, in the meantime, they told me to be patient and that they were going to working around that system. In the meantime, I must have been on the phone with Police Chief Thornton at least 10 times, and he finally said he had access and for me to send him the Code Red alert. Alerts were sent out between 4:15 a.m. and 8:05 a.m. The issue with the system is they only could do 50 messages at a time. Now, as the Water and Sewer Director, I am registered with Code Red Alert, and my city cell phone gave me the alert at 8:05 a.m. by voicemail and text message. So during the emergency repair, we had multiple challenges. We had to wait several hours for the 811 utility locators from AT&T Gas to locate the utilities before we can dig down on that. In the process, I had my team mobilize equipment, extra clamps, gaskets, and of course, you saw multiple trucks with pipes because I didn't know which side we were going to deal on yet because there are two water mains that are on Headland Drive. Okay. We also, during that time, we struck the service line, and that also had a great delay in the repairs. Atlanta Gas Light had to send their emergency crews to repair that line. Because it remained underwater, it was contained. And I cannot thank the police chief and especially Fire Chief Thornton, who was out there with us the entire time. We also, during this time, we had an injury to one of our staff members that he was severely burned and had to be transported to the Grady Burn Unit. When I tell you that we had everything that could go wrong, it did go wrong. Okay, and so what was going on is while they were fueling one of the water pumps to dewater the excavation area so we can finally see the break in the line, the pump caught fire and he received injuries to his face and to his arm. Again, fire department was awesome. They stabilized him until he can be transported to Grady. So the major repair complications included isolation valves that were located and paved over when they paved over Headland Drive, allowed us not to be able to turn the water off and do it under pressure. Repairing a water main under pressure is extremely dangerous. At some point in time, my staff was swimming in 5 feet of water just to seal the gasket on the line, and we could not get the water down. During that time, the pumps that we did have that arrived from United Rentals and a few other places, they fell and burnt out because they couldn't handle the flow of the capacity. So that also took several hours for us to delay. Once the contractor installed the 12-inch ascension valve about 9 a.m. on Sunday, the same section of pipe that my staff had struggled with for 12 hours straight finally snapped into place. The repair was completed at 11:38 a.m. We did not send a notification out to residents till 4:45 p.m. because if every resident turned their faucets on, the system would have dropped below 0 PSI again, extending the boil water advisory. Now, in terms of a boil water advisory, it is just that. It is an advisory. No, at one point in time during this break was the plant itself compromised. The whole issue with the boil water advisory was the distribution system itself and the water main break itself. Advisory is not saying that the water is contaminated. Advisory means there's a possibility. And again, I understand the stress. I was deemed very stressful. I received all of the threatening emails. It is nothing that we could have done any differently than what we did. But I just want you to know that me and my staff did work. We worked from 1 a.m. on Saturday to 7 p.m. Sunday, which gave us 46 hours, and I worked an additional 16 hours waiting for my laboratory analysis to allow those samples to incubate, to let me see if bacteria was in the line, and it was not. I know people said that the water is brown. It was a sinkhole due to a failed water main. The sinkhole dirt gets sucked into the water system, and that's what you see. It takes time. Again, we canceled the boil water advisory on Monday just before the council meeting. That did not occur, and our samples met all federal and state standards for drinking water compliance. I just want you to know that I love what I do. I am passionate about what I do. But I tell you, it tested everything in my might. And again, if I didn't love East Point, I would not be here and do the things that I do for the city. So I just know everyone is saying rates and rates. We have not had a rate increase in 13 years. And I have borrowed $5.4 million in loans to rehabilitate our water system that we have to pay back. I live 5 miles from East Point. My water bill is $150 a month. The average water bill in East Point is $50. So I need you to understand, how can I give you what you deserve? I have borrowed, I have granted myself till my fingers have bleed. We don't have the rates to support what you deserve, and it's just gonna have to happen. And so I yield with my discussion, but trust me, no other director has sat here, has ever brought this much money to the East Point. And I'm not stopping. On July 28th, Congresswoman Nakima Williams is going to present the city with an additional $2.6 million for the work of me and my department. That has not increased your taxes. It's what you've already paying the federal government and has been allocated to us. It's not about me. If you all just please, just thank my staff. That's all I'm asking. Because I think I broke them. They were defeated and they refused to leave me in the field by myself over the weekend. So I yield. Thank you. Are there any questions for me?
First of all, Ms. Echeverria, we just want to say, thank you again to you and your staff. I know, like you said, this has been a very trying time, and we thank you for all that hard work and effort, but I won't I won't go into all the things that we want to say, but you definitely deserve your flowers in recognition and hard work. But I will go to Councilwoman Caldwell because she is up next first with her comments.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you to you and your team for all of the hard work in providing us with even more context of what took place and what needed to take place that day in order to restore us back to healthy water. So, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I apologize to you. I forgot to tell you, we did give water out. I got caught into my feelings, so I apologize. Refocus. We did provide 3,000 gallons of emergency water to residents in 100 cases. That is the amount of water that we keep on hand for emergencies. We just didn't have enough water to provide the entire city. Okay, but we did provide that 3,000 gallons, 100 cases. Also, I will have pictures on the board, I apologize to you all, so you can see the magnitude of how Headland Drive buckled under the sheer amount of water pressure. Okay, this is Headland, from one end to the street to the next. The water depth was 10 feet, and it was 40 by 40 in length and width overall. And I just want to show you the magnitude of what we had to endure, including the pump that caught fire and the injuries that my staff sustained. And again, I just want to show you these pictures so you can understand the restorative work and the work that me and my staff put into this, and the sheer amount of water that you see here in this video in order to us to access the water main. Okay, I'm sorry, Council Member, I apologize.
Not a problem, thank you. My questions are really centered around preventative work. We talked a little bit last week about water projects, specifically some of the ones that are deferred in the current budget that would help with being proactive, as proactive as we can in some of these situations. I wanted to make sure, just kind of confirm some of the funding sources that could be used for these particular projects. I believe most is what came up during last week's meeting, as far as what was generated, what was allocated. 6.5 million generated, 2.2 of that have been allocated, 4 million kind of stored or reserved for a rainy day. And I think even in the budget book, it states that by deferring these projects, we knowingly know that there will be an increase or potential in emergency situations. So I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on the deferred water projects, specifically around the piping and those funding sources that could be leveraged.
At this point, with the municipal option sales tax, the funding is available for us, and so even now, every other street you see staff. We are rehabilitating pipes. We've got sewer main projects, water main projects. As long as the projects are funded, me and my team are going to do exactly what we need to do, including the $1.6 million grant that we have for Windburn Drive that is currently going on. So again, the good thing is that everything that is wrong with the water and sewer department, our infrastructure, I am fully aware of that. And also the ex-mayor, which is how we got the municipal option sales tax. I need people to understand, we didn't just go to the government and say, hey, we want the tax. We had to prove scientifically the need. And what I would hate for it to ever happen, and not on my watch, we will not be Flint, Michigan. We have got to do what we need to do. So at this juncture, with the amount of issues we had with this water main break, if you defer it, we're going to have more. I mean, we're going to have more. If we have the funding available, again, me and my team will put things out for bid on the street, and we will replace it as long as it's being funded.
Perfect. Thank you. That was one of the things I wanted to make sure that we highlighted, because it was one of the last things that we've added to this budget to put back into the budget, since we do have the funding for it.
But again, deferring projects will lead to more breaks in the future. It will lead to more boil water advisories as well.
Again, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Echeverria, there are a few things that you mentioned that really piqued my interest. And just in the order that I heard them, you talked about notifying the dialysis centers.
Yes.
Because obviously, kidney care is very important. And do you know if when these centers are making applications for a business license in the city of East Point, that they are also being asked to leave an emergency or best contact number so that in case of something like this, you don't have to go to every single one, you can send out a notice, so you're working smarter and not harder?
I actually have a master list of all of the dialysis centers. They have an emergency management program, and they all, at the beginning of every year, including Fulton County Schools, send me the contacts of notification in the event that we have to issue a boil water advisory. So that file is on file with the Water and Sewer Department, and of course, that was the first thing that I did when I sat down at my computer, and because it was early in the morning, we put boil water advisory posters out on each of their doors. So when they walked into the center, they understood to contact police and fire if they needed assistance, but we were under advisory. So we physically did that in the event that they did not get that email in the middle of the night.
Okay. And my next question also relates to that. You talked about notifying the homeowners associations. And so do you know how often we are updating that to make sure that in a situation like this, you have the most current information so that those presidents can get the information out to their neighborhoods?
Yes, so the list that I have, I think at one point in time, we had a list that was on the planning website at some point in time, and then when we are invited to HOA meetings, usually make sure I have the president's information. So that's just a list that I've always just compiled over the years in the event that we have an emergency situation and we're not able to reach everybody through normal means. So it would be good if there was some type of update available to us so that we can focus more on the repair part, because I get that people wanted water, but I tell people when we were delivering water, that kind of prolonged me and my staff 15 to 20 minutes on focusing on the repair and how to increase the pressure in the city by using different factors on figuring out how different ways we can get the pressure up in the city.
And you stated that the valves were inaccessible, and so that made it very difficult for your team and probably prolonged the repair. Is that something that, with the last paving of Headland Drive, that we could go back and correct or do better, or what is the
Already on
situation
it.
there?
Yes, that is it. So they paved over the valves. So the valves that we have are in our GIS system, and each valve that we saw, we could not find. It had been paved over. If those valves were functioning or were not covered, we would have been able to isolate it, and we probably could have had the repair fixed within 4 to 6 hours. What made it difficult was that we were trying to repair it under pressure. Also during that time, because the magnitude of the pressure was so high, we opened up all of the fire hydrants in Ward C, and that's when everybody said we don't have little to no water pressure. We also had decreased the high service pump RPMs at the plant to see if that would help us. And each time we slid the pipe into place, the gasket would blow. So again, we had 2 unsuccessful repairs to the pipe. The third repair took right after we inserted the 12-inch insertion valve in the morning, on Sunday morning.
With this situation coming up and you're recognizing that the valves were paved over, as the city continues to do street repavings, because we've done a lot, citizens have been asking for those, is your team going back now through using GIS to make sure that we're not paving over the valves just in case something like this happens again?
Yes, we had a discussion, of course, with the Public Works Department on Saturday. We also will be presenting council with a bid that actually went out for bid for a company to do a valve repair, locate, and program. And so hopefully we will be funding that through the FY27 budget when it comes. And so with those valves on Headland will be located by my team, and then they will be uncovered. Again, that is the heartbeat. If we can't cut the mains off on Headland, it's going to be catastrophic.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is to the city manager regarding what I think I heard from you, Director Echeverria, is about the limited function with the code red system, 50 messages at a time. And so with such a catastrophic water main break, we need to do better than that in notifying. And so, Mr. City Manager, if you and your team can look into any kind of latest additions of Code Red or updates or better technology so that we can better inform citizens, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Certainly. We have been looking at some augmentations to Code Red that focus more on texting and providing real-time communication. So we're looking and exploring both expanding on Code Red and also looking at alternatives to Code Red to find out what is the best fit and meets our needs.
Thank you. I yield.
All right. Next, Councilwoman, no, you have Councilwoman Hemmings. Are you next, Councilwoman Cummings? Did you? Okay. Hemming.
Director Echeverria, I want to say thank you to the men and women who work diligently, but what I heard too much in your presentation was what you had to do, and that's a little bit concerning to me. On January 21st, 2024, Council received a crisis communication plan, and that communication plan lists out several people that are supposed to be a part of the crisis support team, and I heard you mention some of those names, but there's a checklist, there's an assignment list, there are tasks that are to be delegated. One person should not have been bearing that much responsibility. So I thank you for bearing it, but I have deep concerns that there was too much on your shoulders. So this question, if it's appropriate, Madam Mayor, is to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, could you please explain to me how the crisis communication plan was activated? Who was involved and what steps were provided to Director Echeverria to support the crisis communication?
So I prepared a memorandum. It's a after-action report that goes into the entire event in great detail. So I would point you to that. It gets into a lot of detail, but I will say that there were some communication failures that added to some of the challenges. We covered some of the physical challenges, but there were also some people asset challenges as well. And in all intents and purposes, for most of that event, only one communication staff person was available to manage the updates as well as the website updates, and there were some similar challenges to Code Red that we kind of touched upon. We also had challenges getting access to our own website, which the report talks about building in redundancies, and there's a list of recommendations that I've identified.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, I appreciate that response, but we do have a listening public. And the steps to the crisis communication include the assessment, the notification of the support team, the preparation for a response meeting, and finalizing a response plan and a debriefing. A simple answer, yes or no, was this crisis communication protocol followed?
No.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, I appreciate the memo and we'll read it in great detail, but I think that the public has paid for a crisis communication plan. We use taxpayer dollars to develop this so that we could respond in emergencies like this. And it's concerning to me that that wasn't followed. The next question I have for you, Mr. City Manager, is related to the question that Councilmember Atkins asked around the repaving of Headland Drive. Could you please explain to me why the street would be repaved so that the valves were inaccessible for an emergency like this?
That also appears to be a failure. Our field inspections should have caught that. We are reviewing our contracts right now relating to that and exploring, looking at what our ramifications are available to us to get ramifications for those oversights.
Can you give me, Mr. City Manager, the total cost to the city of this repair?
I don't have those numbers available right now.
Can you give me, Mr. City Manager, how many residents were without water and for how long?
Again, I don't have that data unless the Water Resources Director has that information. It hasn't been relayed to me yet.
Okay, I'm asking these questions for a very specific reason. We have heard that at least there are, several people who have signed a petition asking for council to be responsive to the financial implications of this crisis. I appreciate all that's been shared with us this evening about the challenges, but I do think that there is an obligation of the city to respond in different ways. And so without an estimate of the total cost of the repair, how many residents were without water and for how long, it is very hard for council to do any sort of calculations to understand how we might be able to respond to the residents. So if those numbers could be provided to council in short order, I would really appreciate that so that we can begin deliberating as a body how to respond to the community. I'd also appreciate if you continue to look into the overall crisis management. I have genuine concerns, given your response about these breaches, not so much about the water problem, but about the communication and crisis response. And I would hope that we could, as a city, be prepared to respond in crisis. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Hemming, would you like to make a motion at this time? About the reports or the postmortem plan and crisis management update?
I will at this time, but I'm not prepared because I want to make sure that whatever motion I do make is very detailed so that we get the answers that we need in order to deliberate as a body. But thank you for the opportunity, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. All right, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, first of all, I want to commend the Water and Sewer Department, but I also want the record to reflect that last week, we have a reserve policy in East Point that states that we need to have 3 months of reserve monies in a particular account, and the city manager said that we had $0 in the Water and Sewer Reserve account, and I just want the record to reflect that that is not true. Through an open records request in which residents, you can also do the same open records request, but as it pertains to that account, we can see the deposits from January 1st, 2026 through January 30th, 2026, a deposit of $610,000, $630. There's also another department, most deposit for $469,423, and also another most deposit for $479,412. All of these are a matter of public record. So February 28th, 2026 through March 2026, April 1st, 2025 through April 30th, 2026, May 1st, 2026 through May 29th, 2026. You can see the deposits reflected here, but that was the information that we received last week as far as that reserve account is concerned, and I just wanted the record to reflect that. I also wanted the record to reflect, maybe last year I did an open records request because I wanted to know how much grant funding your department was actually going after. And the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, water main replacement, $2 million, sewer line replacement, $2 million, Ben Hill Reservoir, emergency replacements, $1.5 million, Congressional Directed Spending Award, $1.6, that was for the water treatment plant upgrades, pipe rehab replacement, $1.6, East Point Municipal Option Sales Tax, $11 million expended, water and sewer line replacement, dam repairs, and water treatment plant renovations. East Point Water Infrastructure Enhancement, I think that's $19,000, and then, a $15 million loan, and also combined with CDBG, water line projects, and another $120,000. Why someone would put in our budget not to do water projects does not make sense. Amen. You all can refer to page 26 of the proposed budget, in which these projects have been deferred. So when we talk about why are you all not passing the budget, why are you all not doing this, these are one of the reasons why. We have stormwater projects that need to be addressed in this city. We just had a water crisis emergency situation. I'd like to thank the deputy city manager. People in the community continued to call. They said that you were very responsive, and also thank the water and sewer department. But these are the reasons why right here, when you have a budget that just doesn't really make good sense when it comes to making decisions for the residents in this city. So I just wanted the record to reflect, I don't have anything but gratitude for the water and sewer department. You've received water awards that have been presented in this chamber because we have good water. We do. So thank you to you and your department, and I'll yield at this time.
Councilwoman Freely.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Echeverria, for your presentation, and thank you and your staff for all of the work. Also, how is the employee who was injured doing today?
Much better. He's slated to come back to work, I think, in a week and a half. But he's on the mend.
Good to hear. Thank you. And thank you to all the other staff as well across the city who addressed this. It was a huge issue. And these kinds of things are going to happen with 70-year-old infrastructure and so on. And so the points that you raised about Senator Ossoff's support and the funding that you go after and that we successfully receive, very, very well taken. Also, I appreciate your points about the fact that this may point to the fact that we are going to have to look at our rates, which are not sufficient. So I appreciate you making that in an evidence-based way. Mr. City Manager, I've spoken with you before about communication issues and so on, and to Councilmember Hemming's point, we have an emergency crisis communication plan. It was apparently not used. We need to be doing that, but we also need to be exercising these plans. We need to go through mock situations so that we're not just pulling this off the shelf at 2 in the morning when people are in 10 feet of water trying to sort of figure it out. So I would ask that we do some kind of a tabletop exercise sooner rather than later across departments to test that crisis communication plan. Otherwise, we'll be stepping over ourselves the next time this happens. Also, want to acknowledge I did receive your after-action report, Mr. City Manager. I haven't had a chance to look at it. It was a little late in the afternoon, but thank you for that.
Madam Mayor, may I be acknowledged?
I don't see her light. Councilwoman Cumming, are you?
No, that was me.
Okay. All right, City Manager Jones.
Yes, I just want to clarify on some statements, and I certainly appreciate the council's freedom of speech to characterize facts and as they see them, and I tend not to want to intercede, but when it runs the risk of confusing the public, I feel obligated that I have to have some prefacing statements to clarify some of the statements made. And so one of the things, it's a complicated budget. And funds come in a number of different ways. And so if you just open up a book and you look at some numbers, so you certainly can come away with the impression that those funds can be used in any fashion that you might think. But the reality is that we've touched upon operational challenges. Director mentioned not having a rate increase in 13 years, and we don't need to go through mental exercise on what exactly in our economy has maintained the same price over the last 13 years. The other thing that was mentioned is about revenues that are coming in. those revenues, in many cases, are restricted. So revenues such as the most are for capital, can't be used for operations. And so if we understand that operations has been challenged, we clearly know that rates haven't kept pace. And we know that the department's been very, very active in getting grants, and we know that many of those grants come with obligations. Then those obligations have to come from somewhere. They're not coming from operations, because we already know operations are struggling. They're not necessarily coming from MOST, because we know MOST is restricted for capital uses, and using it for match funds are very limited, if at all. And then so we have to understand where that's coming from. It's coming from reserves. And now when we bank that on top of our last audit, which also was misrepresented when I first started, we were 3 years behind in our audits on my very first day. No matter what numbers you want to use, what numbers you want to attribute to, that's a fact. The fact is, in 2023 audit, which was wrapped up under my administration in October, we have the only clear picture of where we were in our reserves. That clear picture stated at that time that we were at $6 million, $2 million below our required reserves in 2023. That doesn't account for all the other operational deficits that we've run since 2023, all of the obligations with grants that we're very happy that we're able to appreciate those requirements since 2023. And so anyone that is doing any kind of reasonable forecast would understand that we're at a deficit in our reserves. And so any money that you're looking at is restricted for capital use, because we're very accessible for capital use. But if in the world of no reserves, to recklessly go into using those dollars when you have no reserves, you have no room for emergencies that might come up during that time. And that is why you don't understand why it was made, the decision was made the way it was, is because to protect the city for emergencies that we don't see right now, because we don't have the reserves that would normally be a rainy day fund or an emergency response fund for those type of emergencies. So I just want to be clear to the public why those decisions were made and the reasons behind the financial conditions that we're facing in our water reserves, but also our power and also our solid waste.
Okay, we're in round two of this discussion. Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you. And please let the record reflect that, you know, many times when we hear from the city administration, it's convoluted and full of just word salads. Lengthy sentences that really don't add up to much. Let the record reflect that. Number one, Mr. Jones was hired in March of 2025. I not only met with him, but I gave him a list of about 10 priorities, and one of those major priorities was the city audit. If you are interested in finding the city audit information, it's a simple Google search. The city was only behind one audit, which was a 2024 audit. He's had ample time.
Go ahead.
He's had ample time to produce the audit. Ample time. So there's not mischaracterization. There's not any of that going on. I mean, we heard from the public. If they hold me accountable, I have no choice but to go on record and hold you accountable. But that information is easily searchable. But some council members want to continue with this narrative that the city was in such shambles, that it's a narrative being put out there for decades. The city's finances were in such shambles, and that is just not true. He talked about the most and what the most can be used for. and the most can simply be used for this: water system projects, including development, storage, treatment, purification, and distribution. The most can be used for sewer and stormwater collection and disposal projects, construction equipment, engineering, and other costs directly connected to those projects. Maintenance and operating costs associated with eligible water, sewer, and stormwater projects, and eligible debt service payments for water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure. That's what the most can be used for. So to sit here and say that the monies can't be used for that, that's not true. It's not true. And simple research or Google searches can provide that information. It's all in the council minutes. So no, not going to allow you to sit and just sit and say these things about the most and what it can be used for. That's not true. Please, Madam City Clerk, make sure that is verbatim in the minutes. I also want to say is the reserve funding is a policy. If it is $0, you haven't brought forth anything to this council to say it's no money in the water and sewer fund balance. Where is that information in writing? But you're saying it's $0. Show us. Well, maybe 4 people have been presented with the information, but I have not been presented the information where you're saying it's a $0 balance in the water and sewer account. So I'd like to see that information if it is at $0. The other thing is you talk about us paying the grants back, and I went on record last week. You sat in a one-on-one meeting with myself, Councilmember Caldwell, the water and sewer director, your interim finance director, where it was stated, yes, she goes after the grant funding. Yes, we are awarded the grant funding, and the city may have to put up a small percentage, but in turn, she also goes back and receives the money so that the debt is wiped out. So, Mr. Jones, just please ensure that what you are saying on the record moving forward is true, factual, and accurate information. Because now it's becoming troublesome, because people are calling me because they follow East Point meetings for quite some time, and we're not getting clear-cut answers. Thank you.
City Manager Jones, do you have a deficit report that you can provide that will clearly outline what is repeatedly being asked for clarification? It seems like we're going back and forth and not getting answers on specifically what we're asking for. And Mrs. Echeverria is here. We have a full agenda of items tonight. But what I'm asking for is a deficit report to support what you are saying about the items or the monies that are missing in addition to the overall budget, so that we're specifically honing in on what the factual evidence is for that deficit that you claim that the city is in. Can you do that, yes or no?
Excuse me?
Is that possible, yes or no?
Can I respond to your question?
I just want to know if we can have a deficit report, City Manager. That's all I'm asking, because we're going around in circles about this deficit, and maybe it is unclear to some. I know I'm new, things may be unclear, understandable, but I'm just looking for a deficit report so that we can.
I would like to respond to you. It's not a yes or no response. May I do that?
Proceed, City Manager.
So I was going to remind the council that we hired Plant Moran, who would review our budget. That report, I have seen a draft. They're working on the final, which they were supposed to bring to council. We were hoping that that would happen today. In that, I am aware that they speak directly about the deficits in water and power, particularly. Those require analysis. There's not a report because we're not updated on our audits. If we had our updated audits, it would be as simple as a report. Instead, it requires analysis. I've already shared the analysis on power in a memo that laid out everything that we spent since the last audit. And I can certainly resend that back to City Council so that they can be familiar with that. The same problem exists in water. I haven't done a memo outlining it the way I did with power, but I can certainly work on that, but it has to be developed. It is not a report that is a annual or monthly or quarterly kind of report that you can provide. It would require analysis to pull it together. And that's primarily because the audits are not up to date.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do we have any more questions from council at this time? Okay. To the next item, and thank you to Councilwoman, thank you. Let's go. All right. Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you bring up the presentation, please? So good evening, East Point residents. So one of the things that came out with the water main break this weekend, a lot of residents said that they weren't notified. So one of the questions that I always asked everyone was, what is the best way to notify residents about what's going on? Because there were PSAs done. The mayor, she went out and she did some things. We updated our social media, the social media outlets that we had. I know council members on their ward pages and some of their personal pages, we did put information up, as much information that we could get out to the residents. I know I personally went out on that morning, Sunday morning, and took photos, because we're visual people. We needed to see exactly what it was that was going on, and I posted that and just kind of gave an update once I had the conversation with Director Melissa, about just exactly what it was that was going on. But one of the biggest things was that that residents weren't contacted. So I asked, what's the best way? A lot of people said phone calls or either the text messages. So we do have something that's in place, and that was our Code Red program. And one of my colleagues said that one of the biggest things is we have 38,000 residents that live in the city of East Point, and out of that, we only had 4,000 people that are on the Code Red list. So, are we able to bring the presentation up? There's IT right there. And like I said, so what I wanted to do was to introduce a Code Red Blitz program. And basically what this program would do, it would allow us to get the residents connected with the Code Red. So when these emergencies, these situations come up, everybody in the city is notified. So the presentation, it was up earlier. The presentation I have is just a campaign, and this campaign is basically going to go through what our process would be like to get all of our residents signed up. And I could pull it up on, let's see, I'll just talk through it until he's able to bring it up. Can you pull up the council meeting? The agenda. Are you able to pull it up? I'll just go down there and talk it up from there. So I do apologize for the technical difficulties, but the purpose of the program would be to increase the enrollment for Code Red, which is our emergency notifications for the residents and businesses. And the goals to this would be to increase the registration at least, a minimum, we want to do at least 50% in the next 60 days. So what we do is we register our residents, employees, our city officials, HOA leaders, and businesses throughout the city. And we want to improve the emergency communication. That's like the main overall goal when it comes to letting people know when we have situations such as the water main break that took place. This campaign would go out into 3 phases. The first phase would just be the awareness, letting everybody understand just what the importance is of when we have these situations that happen. It doesn't necessarily have to be the water main break. When we have major power outages, situations if something, a fire that may be in an apartment complex, that's going to affect the traffic as far as like the flow of people being able to move about the city. So basically what we want is just all the emergency information that comes out. The next phase would be our registration blitz. And the final stage would just be the follow-up with how well we did. So what I want to go to the next slide. So the next thing will be our outreach strategies. How are we going to make sure that we get this information out? So we're looking at what customer care, which is one of the businesses in the city that a lot of people go to take care of their power and their water bill. So I'd like to see postage inside of there with the QR code. So once the residents are paying their bills, they'll also be asked by the customer service representatives, have you signed up for Code Red? It'll be something as easy as signing up for there's a QR code that you can use and it'll sign you up. We also want to make sure we do utility bill inserts. We'll do robocalls. Flyers will go out to the HOA presidents that they can send that information out to the residents. Also our social media outlets as well. Are you able? Thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
And the final thing that we would do would be our community blitz day. So this would be Operation Knock and Notify. So what I'd like to do is to rally up everybody. Mayor, council, police, fire, staff, neighborhood volunteers. And what we'll actually do is we'll go door to door. We'll knock every door in the city, in each ward area. And we'll have residents to sign up for the Code Red notification to make sure that our residents, whenever emergencies take place in the city, residents are readily notified. We'll also do, and like I said, that would be our door-to-door registration. The next slide, please. So our partners would be our HOA associations, local churches, schools, businesses, community organizations. So basically, we want to make sure that we flood the city with the information and what it is that you need to do to sign up for Code Red. Next slide, please. And it's nothing like a little bit of friendly competition. So like I said, it'll be separated out into each one of the wards, and we'll see how much registration that we get. We want to make sure that we make it a community event. So whoever, perhaps we can culminate everything with a Code Red Day in the city. Where maybe we could do something here at City Hall, but we'll do some sort of giveaways, have the neighborhood that has the most or the ward that has the most people to sign up, but just something to make a little bit of friendly competition. But the goal at the end of the day is to make sure that we have as many residents signed up for Code Red. Next slide. And from there, we'll look at the registrations. We'll do the QR scans, ward participation, business signups, and a weekly dashboard just to sort of chart ourselves so we can see what our progress is. Last slide. So it's a connected community, it's a safer community. Every household should be enrolled in Code Red. In the final slide. So this is a QR code that's here. So first of all, I want to thank our communications department and Police Chief Thornton to work to get this QR code, and it does work. I clicked it and I was able to sign up for Code Red. I think, like I said, we're at 4,000 now. We have 38,000 residents. When I went to one resident, and I actually I delivered water on Sunday morning to a resident, and she said that she did get the Code Red notification, but her neighbor did not. The thing about it is, residents, you have to opt into this program. So it's nothing that we're signing up. We need residents to sign up for this. So like I said, if we take this information, we put it throughout the city. customer care, the churches, the local businesses, the residents can come out and they can sign up. And I think it'll most definitely make the city of East Point a much more safer, much more connected, and much more aware city of those emergencies that take place in the city. And I know Director Melissa, she spoke that when they did send Code Red out, at this time, it only took, she said, 50 calls. So I wanted to have Chief Thornton to come up, and I didn't put him on the spot. I did ask him if it was okay, but just to kind of come out and just to speak to that, just so that we can make sure that there wouldn't be an issue the next time there's an emergency that took place in the city.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just to let you know about Code Red. So what happened on that particular day, Melissa did call me probably about 2:40 in the morning, and I had to mobilize my department because, as you know, we didn't have water in that area. So we had to do contingency plans for what if a fire broke out. So I had to call other cities, our surrounding partners, to see if I could get tankers and things like that to come in. So as it relates to Code Red, the way Code Red works, you sign up. Once you sign up, you can ask to receive a text, an email, or a phone call, or all of them. So what happens in Code Red, we have it where certain people have rights. So communication in the crisis plan that you talked about, we have it where communications has rights, as well as our dispatchers. And the fire departments, our rights are limited because we had to give them to other people so that the communication could be seamless, in other words. So what happened, we had to override their communication access to utilize, to take it back so that we could get it. That took a little time. And it only allowed us 50 to 100 residents at a time. So we sent it to the first 50 to 100, sent it to another 50 to 100, until we could get the whole 4,000. And we got the whole 4,000 about 10 o'clock. So the Code Reds went out 6, 7, about 9, 10, and then throughout the day. And now we met with the city manager, I think last week. We're looking at other initiatives along with Code Red to actually give us more of an opportunity to notify everybody at one time. And those initiatives are, I think one is TextGov, I forgot the name.
Text by choice.
Yeah, Text by Choice, TextGov. So these initiatives, along with Code Red, if we get them, the manager plans to utilize those to provide other opportunities. Now, Code Red is specifically to emergencies. That's all it's supposed to be used for. You sign up for it, and it's just an emergency. And without getting into it, I've been here for about 31 years. So I was a part of it when Code Red actually came in. The fire department is the administrator of Code Red. We actually pay about $32,000 a year for Code Red currently right now. Now, that's cheaper, and Code Red really works. If you utilize it right, it'll work. The problem is voluntary. So we can't force people to sign up for it. We have to do, like Councilmember Cummings is saying, we have to do a blitz, which we've done, which I've told her that will definitely help. That blitz would allow personnel as well as citizens to sign up for it, but they can opt out at any time. We don't control it. We can't force them to do it. It's strictly voluntary. And if you don't want it, if you feel like you get too many, which has happened in the past, then you can opt out of it, and you won't get the alerts. But it is solely based on you actually signing up.
So I just want to be clear, when we talk about just those emergencies only, that is what this Code Red, this is what this service is for.
Yes.
So you won't get, and I know that was one of the things before where we had people that did opt out because they were getting not only emergency information, but if it was an event taking place at City Hall. And this is strictly for emergency purposes, and
Yes.
that is what we want to keep it at.
So
We don't want to,
people-
right.
Yeah, people were feeling like they were overwhelmed with notifications, so they opted out. If we just keep it strictly to emergency situations, i.e. fire, water main breaks, street closures, then we could utilize it more effectively. But when we incorporate everything into it, people is constantly going off. Like myself, for instance, I have it where it calls me, it sends me an email as well as a text message. So I get all three communications at the same time because I'm the emergency manager for the city. So I want to be notified from every aspect. So, but when people, once we use it for other things, it'll be going off constantly, and that's when people start to opt out of it.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. Couple of questions. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is that we could only send out 50 text messages at a time. Is there any way to increase that through Code Red?
Yes.
Are there other options?
So we've actually narrowed that down and we have increased it. So what we had to do, we had certain rights with different personnel outside of the fire department. They had the rights to send out to everybody because they were in the communications department or the dispatch department, which is a 24-hour operation just like us. So what we have to do, if you look at our emergency management plan, it talks about communication, and that communication has to be one central communication piece. So we have it going there. So when that was ineffective, basically, I took it over and had to redo the system basically manually to help Melissa in that situation. Because I got the first call from her, I think 2:40 in the morning. So I started working with my team and mobilizing them to help out.
Thank you. It would be nice to know, should we get more opt-ins for Code Red, how long would it take for us to send a citywide message, and how long would it take for residents to receive that? And you don't have to answer that now. It just would be nice to know for
It's
that.
fairly quickly though. Once we get everybody in,
Okay.
we can get the message out and get it to you within a couple of minutes. But right now, we only have about 4,000 residents out of 40.
So 2 more questions. Can we isolate communications to a specific area? I know sometimes, like when my internet goes out, I will get a message, and I would assume that Comcast isn't sending it to all people. They're just only sending it to that isolated area. So is there a way that we can isolate?
Yes, ma'am. Code Red does isolate.
Okay.
It actually isolates to an area. We just have to plug it in, and then we can isolate and send messages however you signed up to that particular area. Yes.
Okay. The last question, this might be more for city attorney, is around information, because I typically get a text message in regards to my water bill that it's due. So I know that we have a lot of information within the city, or phone numbers, email addresses, just within our own databases. Is there any reason as to why we would require an opt-in for emergency situations when we have this information?
Okay, good question. And because Code Red is a third-party entity, a private entity, the voluntary opt-in from citizens is the best way to avoid the Open Records Act, because we can't give out their phone numbers or personal email addresses to a private entity. We're restricted from doing that. And so if they voluntarily give it themselves to a Code Red or a TextGov or whatever, then we haven't violated the Open Records Act. So that's why it's set up like that, because Code Red is getting the information. It's not like we're sending it, right? And then even then, when citizens do give their information, they're giving it to us for a purpose, right? Your water bill, or some other, maybe they registered with the Parks Department. They're giving it to you for a limited purpose, and it's not to be used for a purpose that they didn't give it to you. So that's why you have the opt-in.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers, then Councilwoman Hemming.
All right, thank you. And I want to just say thank you to Councilmember Cummings for bringing this before council. I think that this is a great idea. I do. I think that this is a great idea because that was the running theme. I didn't know. My question for you, Chief, is how many people are currently enrolled in Code Red? Did you say it? Or
Yeah, it's only 4,000 right now. Out of the 38,000 residents, we only have 4,000 enrolled.
Okay, thank you so much. And then the other thing, Councilmember Caldwell pretty much asked all of my questions as it related to the contract. And legally, can we enroll residents? And the city attorney has weighed in on that. So thank you. Looking forward to this, Councilmember Cummings. And do you need a motion? I guess we'll do another round to see what it is that you need, because I have here that we probably need some T-shirts. I love a good T-shirt. And also door hangers. If we are out canvassing the community, we're going to need door hangers, T-shirts, and possibly some campaign signs on every corner that this is happening for a 60-day blitz. I'll do 60. But we need those things in order, and I am happy to support this because we have to get more people registered. So thank you so much.
And also, we'll be speaking about it at all the community events that we go to. So we'll be spreading it to the community through their HOA meetings.
And I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Hemming, Councilwoman Martin Rogers, are you finished with your comments?
I did want to hear from Councilmember Cummings.
I think Councilwoman Hemming was next, though. Thank you. Councilwoman Hemming, can you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may, to Chief Thornton, please. Hi, Chief Thornton. I appreciate the focus on Code Red, given that that's what we're talking about, but I'm also just curious about how information is deployed beyond technology. Like, we saw how technology failed us in this moment, and I know we have two different crisis communication and crisis management plan. One, I know that's required where you are the
Yes, ma'am.
the chief, as the chief of fire, you are a crisis management head. But then there's also the crisis communication plan. I'm just curious, in your management plan, are there things like, for example, this is a bit of a stretch, but having fire trucks stationed throughout the city where people can, if they're driving past, we can say, hey, something's happening in our city. Are there other means of communicating beyond the technology? Because it does fail sometimes.
Yeah, so what happens in the emergency management plan, we have what we consider sectors and different branches. So it even incorporates mayor and council as far as communication. So if we do have things that break down like the technology or the communication, then we'll look at other avenues, even if we have to do the door-to-door, or if we have to put somebody at a fire station. I might have to bring people in. We call it a contingency plan, where we actually look at worst-case scenario, and you might have to bring somebody in to stay at the fire station because it's an area of refuge, and that way information can come out as they come in, and we can provide the information. But that's at an extreme worst-case scenario.
Okay, and then do you, as the fire chief, do training for each of the departments so that they are aware? Because I'm still really struck by the fact that our crisis communication plan wasn't followed. And I know that our crisis communication plan is separate from the crisis management plan, but I'm just really struck by the communication. So I'm curious about what training looks like with the other departments.
Yeah, so what we did at the end of last year, we had what's called a COOP COD training. So COOP COD is continuity of operation and continuity of government, and that we actually did it in here. We had everybody to come in here, and we basically explain what your function would be should we have an emergency. And you stole my thunder a little bit, but we're working on now a tabletop for this year, a tabletop exercise that would actually incorporate all the different departments. But as far as right now, at the end of last year, we provided COOP COD training to every department in the city.
Thank you, Chief Thornton.
No problem.
Thank you. And just the last thing, I know that the Code Red, that was part of, I just want to confirm that is part of our communications crisis plan, correct?
Yes. So as Dr. Hemming said, you have two plans. You have what's called the emergency management plan, and then you have the crisis communication plans. The crisis communication plan kind of segues into the emergency management plan, but we focus on the definitely the emergency management plan, because it incorporates everything, every aspect of communication to incident management to demobilization. Everything is incorporated into that plan. And the crisis management plan, communication plan, is a piece of that plan.
Okay, thank you, I yield. So, I don't know, was there anyone else? Because I just wanted to make.
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Thornton, for your update and your information. And Chief, Councilwoman Cummings, thank you for this presentation and this idea. To Councilwoman Hemming's point, the offline communication in terms of signs that can be in the neighborhood, is there a way, in your opinion, that we could just have some mock-up signs that we give to the neighborhood associations, and we have some block captains put the signs out in their yards when things happen? That way, you know, if you didn't sign up, if you're driving through, that you can just see the sign in the yard and know that at this moment this is happening. Just thinking along the terms of efficiency.
So that's something that we can work on. That's what we're here to do, think outside of the box for every worst-case scenario, so that's no problem.
Absolutely, thank you. And the other question I had was in terms of sirens on some tier. I know that if something happens, there's an opportunity to, you know, make a siren, ring a siren, or I know we don't have a bat signal that can go up in the air, but in any event, can we do something along those lines in terms of some type of noise or something that will
So we
alert
currently
people?
actually have the weather sirens now. We actually have them, but those are strictly related to weather conditions and when you have hurricanes, tornadoes, things of that nature. We do have those in the city.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is around the communication that is on the, a phone number. So is there an emergency hotline for East Point that residents can dial if they themselves feel comfortable providing information?
So our 911 system is the communication system that we use citywide, police and fire, from every aspect to, you have a non-emergency number, about 3 of them that you could call for answer to questions. And also you have the 911 system that triggers what we call a report. So we utilize both of those, and it's in our City of East Point Dispatch Department.
Okay, thank you so much for answering those questions. I would be interested to see how other systems are, inventory of the other technical systems that we have, to see, you know, how we can, you know, I know that you're working on that, and then on our website, I know we have things there, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking forward to the effort. Thank you so much for all
No
that you
problem.
do, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So I would like to make a motion to move forward for us to move forward with starting our Code Red Blitz campaign. We can, still there's some things, I know that couple things that we still need to work on with regards to it, but to definitely make sure that we move forward with this, and we could do an official launch date on August 1st.
Second.
If we have a second, any discussion? Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and thank you so much. August 1st until when?
September 30th.
Okay.
That's 60 days.
Thank you.
I can't see. Can we ask the IT if they can help out with the monitors? I'm still not getting people that are in, please, when you have a moment. Yes, please. I can't see, guys, so I'm sorry if I skip you, but I'm going to go to Freely, and then I'm going to go to Hemming, just in order, so I can keep it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question is about the process. Councilmember Cumming, your plan seems to go between electeds and staff, operations, and council, and so on. So I'm a little concerned that we would be overly directive in simply saying we're adopting your proposal. I think, and I'm asking, maybe the city attorney can address this, is it more appropriate to ask the city manager to come back to us with a rollout plan? Because we cannot task staff with any of these functions.
Madam.
Two things. Yes, and a more appropriate motion would be to task the city manager to carry out the Blitz plan. And then he would use his resources to carry it out in accordance with what you state you want it to look like. And it may look just like Councilmember Cummings' plan. The other thing that you need to be mindful of is to the extent that the plan requires the expenditure of funds. Your charter says that you are operating on month-to-month under fiscal year 2026 budget, that these funds weren't budgeted for. And so that is a hurdle to creating a new program, provided the plan requires expenditure of funds.
Right. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I hadn't even considered the budget issue, but thank you for raising that. That's very pertinent. But that was my question, just about the phrasing of the motion and the process.
You good, Councilwoman Cummings?
So I think it needs to be, the motion needs to be restated, so, which is, number one, the plan is to get the budget taken care of. And then I know from there, we can look at funds for, and it should be a very minimal amount to do this, because we're just talking about signage, door hangers, T-shirts, but it's not, it's not going to break the bank for this. I do have a more extensive plan for this. I will share that with the city manager, and from there, he could, I guess, sort of work out the logistics with regards to that, and also with the finance. So, Madam City Attorney, I think the best, my motion then would be to...
Withdraw your first one.
I'm sorry, withdraw the first motion, and the second motion would be to task the city manager with, say it again, implementing the Code Red Blitz campaign.
Well, wait. Before you second, there were some clarifying dates that came with the original motion
Okay.
that may need to be added to this
So
motion.
starting on August 1st.
And you
Pending-
don't have to say it, but I do believe that we need to understand that regardless if it's $2 or $20,000, you can't spend until the budget.
Pending the budget
There you
has been
go.
cleared. There we go. Okay, so. Madam Mayor, make a motion to task the city manager with devising, implementing the plan for the Code Red Blitz campaign starting August 1st, pending the passing of the city budget. FY '27.
Discussion.
Thank you. It's August 1st through September 30th.
Okay.
Thank
I have
you.
a question.
So, you have a second on that one?
I got a question.
Okay. We have a second in discussion.
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin Roberts.
Yes, thank you. And what I wanted to say is if Councilmember Cummings, I think that it would probably be appropriate to direct the city manager to come back with the Code Red Blitz plan implementation just by August 3rd, and then we proceed with identifying the funds in the budget. But he should come back with the proposal first, because it says here, you have all of the outreach strategies, customer care signage, utility bill inserts, robocalls, HOA flyers with QR codes, social media and website campaign signs, door hangers, I added that, and T-shirts. But you have a well-thought-out plan, but I think that he should be directed to come back with what this looks like for mayor and council, and then we move forward with implementation. I mean, but I'm willing to support whichever
Receive, no,
direction you want to go.
That's fine. So, substitute motion. Task the city, have the city, provide a directive for the city manager to come back with a plan implementing the Code Red Blitz campaign on August 3rd, which will run to the end, till September 30th? Nope. Oh, just come, okay, oh, clear as mud, got it. So, tasking the city manager with a plan for the implementation of the Code Red Blitz campaign, the August 3rd meeting. Again, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm in for discussion. So the only thing I would like to add to that is also prepare a cost that we can see.
To the current motion on the floor. And so if we can get a second to Councilwoman Caldwell's amendment.
Second.
Which would add to Councilwoman Cummings' motion that the plan that the city manager is coming back with will include costs.
Yes.
Or estimated costs.
Estimated costs.
Okay. So we got a second on that. Madam Mayor, please take discussion on the amendment by Caldwell, then the vote on the amendment, and then we'll go back to the main motion.
Any discussion for, okay. All those in favor?
I'm sorry, clarification, are we voting on?
The amendment.
The amendment.
Caldwell's
The cost
amendment, okay, yes. Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so the cost amendment has passed.
So now your new motion is Cummings' motion with Caldwell's amendment to task the city manager to come back on August 3rd with a implementation plan of the Code Red Blitz to include estimated costs. And you already have a... No, that's gone. We passed, yeah, that's gone.
And I'm in for discussion when you get a chance, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so right now, the motion on the floor is to task the city manager with implementing a Code Red Blitz campaign to come back to us on August 3rd, which will include costs. Task the city manager to implement task the city manager to present a implementation plan for the Code Red Blitz campaign that would, by August 3rd, which will include costs. Okay. We have a second, we have a motion. That was the amendment, so move. Okay, second. Okay, Councilwoman Hemming, you have discussion.
Thank you, and I just wanted to add that a one-time program I think is outstanding, but given our city dynamic and how things change over time, our residents aren't necessarily fixed in time. Like year over year, people change, and so what I would offer Councilmember Councilmember Cummings, would you consider the city manager can come back with the blitz, but I'd also like an enduring resolution that this council will adopt related to our crisis communication strategies, Code Red, things like that. So even as residents move in and out of the city, it's not a one-time thing, but it's something that we commit to as a government. I think we owe that to our community. So I'm not sure what your resolution would say, but I'm offering it to you. The blitz is fine, but I'd also like some enacting legislation that this body then tasks every city manager to make sure that they are up to date with our crisis communication plans. No, it's a comment for discussion, and I'm offering it to Councilmember Cummings as a hope that we would see legislation before this body, not just a program. That's my ask of you, is to also consider maybe at a future work session, bringing back legislation so that it requires more ongoing, maybe every 2 years, something like that, but something more enduring than just a one-time program. I yield.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to the point that Councilmember Hemmings was just making, I think she was speaking to the dynamic of our city in terms of I'm thinking that you're speaking to the number of rentals and the changeover in units within our city. So it may be something, Mr. City Manager, as you're putting the plan together, that this body also considers that as people are signing up for their utilities through customer care, they may be asked at that time if they would like to opt in to our emergency communications program. And then that way, it is ongoing, it's enduring, and as things come up, we have that information, they've given consent, and it can be a part of our platform to notify residents. I just offer that. I'll yield.
Councilwoman Cummings?
Well, no, that was it. We could start it by through the utility department, just to make sure ongoing that residents are continuously signing up. So like you said, just to direct it where we could have it where we go through the utilities department. At least that way you know as residents come in, because everyone has to have power and water, residents as they come in. So that would be one good avenue.
Okay. Councilwoman Freely?
Thank you. I've had my light on so long, I think most of my points have been addressed. The last thing I would say to Councilmember Hemming's point and Councilmember Atkins, I think in this proposed plan that will come back to us, it could simply be included that the City of East Point does a Code Red Blitz campaign every August, whatever dates we decide on. And then that way it becomes a perennial thing. So that might be an easy solution, and we just set a date.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilman Atkins?
Yes, last thing. Councilmember Friedley, perhaps if we could maybe add that as a part of our National Night Out, because during National Night Out, we already have first responders going out into the communities, and it could be that as a part of our National Night Out initiatives and activities, that we include the Code Red, if that should be a part of what the plan would look like coming from the city manager. I'll just offer that so that we're not creating something, but we are tagging this onto something that we're already doing, not only in the city of East Point, but National Night Out is a national initiative, and our city does participate every year.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, all those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, can you, what's on, okay, please make sure that that item is on the August 3rd agenda. All right, we will now move to committee reports. Councilman Mitchell,
Oh, I'm not in, sorry.
any committee reports at this time? Councilmember Freely?
Yeah, I just want to report the Blighted Properties Task Force did meet last week, and Councilmember Martin Rogers, myself, and Councilmember Ziegler were on, along with other staff. The main item was we discussed getting a comprehensive list or tally of all of the city-owned properties, so that we can begin to look at the variety of properties we have. Are these empty lots? Are these something that can be rehabilitated? Are they commercial properties? So on. Because Councilmember Ziegler had asked to start exploring options for what to do around some potential single-family housing coming out of that program. So that was the major discussion point from that meeting.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So the Budget and Finance Committee does meet tomorrow at 6:30. You can view from YouTube or going to the Facebook, East Point's Facebook website to also view it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I just want to direct a question to Councilmember Freely, if I may. Yes, Councilmember Freely, did you want to make a motion, or did we want to just wait until Councilmember Ziegler came back so that we could have that inventory of those properties?
I mean, I'd be happy to make that. I'm not sure. I I believe as a committee, did we not task staff with coming back with that? She indicated that she had the 50 worst properties, but she didn't have the rest. And so we were basically asking that she pull all of that together into one comprehensive list. But
Okay.
if that's something we need to task now, certainly can do that.
Yes, I think so. To direct him, to direct staff to come back with the list.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to do that now unless Councilmember Mitchell was in. Or is that Councilmember Cummings? I can't tell from this direction. Okay, well, should I just go ahead and finish this up? So then I'd like to make a motion that council instruct the city manager to instruct staff to provide that comprehensive list of all of the properties that are owned by the city of East Point government and what we discussed was a brief description of the type of property so that the committee and then the full council can move forward on a plan regarding those properties.
Second?
Clarification, if I might. Is that going to come to the entire city council, or is that being directed to the committee?
Sorry, the list or?
Yes, the list, is that coming to the entire city council?
I think that the list, when it's compiled, would come to the committee. We would have discussion on how we would recommend going to the next step, which would then have to come to council. But the list for informational purposes would initially be presented to the committee, but certainly all of council could access it.
Mm-hmm. I'm in for discussion. Yes.
Okay, so we did the motion, and we had a second, so we're still in for discussion.
And I
Okay.
would just like to add, thank you, that it is brought back to us by August 10th. If you'll accept that friendly amendment, that is the work session. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, is it appropriate if I ask a question of the HR committee?
Madam City Attorney, can you confirm that it is appropriate for her to ask a question to the HR committee at this point? I think so. I don't have a problem with it, yeah.
I don't think it's an issue, but I also think we are not finished with the motion on the issue regarding this list. And Councilmember Martin Rogers just added an amendment to Councilman Friedley's motion. And so we need to treat that, because remember, friendly amendments are not a thing. We need to treat that as an amendment, get a second, add that to the main motion, and do what we did before.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers, thank you, Madam City Attorney. Councilwoman Martin Rogers, can you repeat your amendment, please?
The amendment was in agreement. The amendment was in agreement with Council Member Freely's motion, but just that we have a date that the information comes back, which is August 10th, our next work session.
Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. And Councilman.
It is to the committee.
We are now in discussion for
Now we have the main motion that includes the August 10th. Also, the list is going to the committee. I think that was understood under the main motion. So even though August 10th is a work session, it's going just to the committee.
Okay, we're still in discussion, though, at this point.
I'm ready to vote.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The motion and with the amendment.
I thought we already voted. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? The motion passes. Okay. Please make sure that this is reflected on the next work session, Madam City Attorney, Madam City Clerk.
Go on the work session. It's just that the report will be provided to the Blighted Property Task Force by the 10th. Yes, ma'am.
We can move on to, we don't have any consent agenda, do we?
Madam Mayor, you had previously acknowledged me to ask a question of HR committee, but I was waiting till that motion was cured. Is it, okay. So I'm just curious if members of the HR committee or the chairperson can give us a public update on when we would complete the performance reviews that council has been working on. I know we can't talk about the specifics of the personnel, but given some of the public comments tonight, I think it would be appropriate, at least for this body, to publicly acknowledge where we are on performance reviews of all of our direct reports.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just didn't have time to report, so now it's my turn. But so the evals for all the direct reports have been completed and collected. I did reach out to GMA per council to see if they could provide someone to do a review of all of the evals and to come back with a recommendation and a summary and a recommendation. But per GMA, they do not provide that type of service. So the suggestion there would be to reach out. I'm going to have a conversation with our city attorney to see who they would recommend if we will have to just use an outside attorney, but someone else to do the review and the summary and the review and to come back with a recommendation. So I will have that information. I will have a conversation with the city manager and I'll be able to follow back up with you.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other reports at this time? All right. Okay, council, we move number 19 to the top of the agenda. So now we will go to the reconciliation of proposed FY 2027 budget adjustments and discussion of budget adoption timeline.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, if you would. So while she pulls this up, so I did email everyone, I guess hopefully this is the final form of our spreadsheet. There are a couple of changes dealing with I would say the funding sources. So everything in red has essentially been put back into the budget, and everything in green can be seen as our funding sources. Keisha, if you scroll down a little bit. So here's where we are, guys. So that number in the middle, the 2.6, that basically is how much money we have to play with when we're reallocating funds. And if you can click on the tab at the bottom that says reprogramming, so remember this 2.65 number. And this is everybody's wish list initiative, should be on this page. If you don't see anything that you wish to have on here, please speak now. It's a live document. And as we keep scrolling, so even the number at the bottom, as we mentioned, our code red blitz. So if you scroll down a little bit more. Okay, so that's the figure we need. So it's a little bit, it's around rounds up to 2.6 million. There's about a $70,000 difference. I know as we spoke about possibly funding this new initiative, with code red that could possibly play in. However, I do have discussion on the timeline with this, so hopefully we can come to some type of consensus tonight on this. Hopefully everybody see what they want in here. I was thinking I might ask Mr. Redmond as you look at this. So say if we were to come to an agreement tonight on this, would you by Friday be able to give us an updated proposed budget by that time for review?
I don't see my finance folks, but I think we can have some type of resolution or something at least to show these changes. I just wanted to make sure that it's balanced. Is this a
Okay.
balance?
Okay. Yeah, so I've done it, so we actually have about $70,000 extra to play with. So I know we're talking about adding something else, but definitely there's money left over. We went through the exercise of actually finding the resources. That would be on the first tab. I know it's probably up to your discretion how you want to fund things, so this is the first tab. So the middle column is basically our funding source, and it comes out to about 2.6. So, and everything, if we can go back to the second tab, this is what we need to fund all of our initiatives. So the reason I mentioned the 24th is because if we can have the book to review by the 24th, by that next week, I'm thinking we can have a special call meeting to, one, I think we have to accept the changes that you make. And then once that's accepted, you know, we will, and this will also be a time for the public to come and learn what's in the new proposed budget. And then I'm thinking at our meeting, our first meeting next month, we could have a hearing and possibly adopt the budget. Hold on one second.
I just want to have finance kind of respond to that because we hadn't had a chance to do a whole lot of analysis on this.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Councilmember Mitchell, can you repeat again when you wanted the budget book?
Yes, sure. So I was trying to get a timeline on getting the budget adopted, and I was wondering if we were able to come to a consensus on these adjustments today, would you be able to have those prepared for us in a new proposed budget by Friday, the 24th?
This Friday?
Yes.
No. Because, I mean, all the changes need to happen. So I'm not sure you all are aware, but I'm on intermittent FMLA. So to have all these changes done, get the book back printed by Friday, I won't be here for the rest of the week. So I can get it, I can probably have it done by, can you scroll up a little bit? I just want to see all the changes. If I get all the changes made and I get the book to city clerk's office, could I get people to help me print them? So. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if it would be appropriate, because logistically, the budget book, I think we've talked about, there's a lot of work to pull the budget book together, and in normal circumstances even, the budget book is not made available immediately. And so I just chatted with the city attorney real quick. It would not be inappropriate to have a empowering resolution that has all these changes, and then have the budget book be made available to, once we put it out publicly, which typically in a normal budget year, when we conclude and have the budget approved at the first part of June, the budget book actually still doesn't come out until somewhere around August.
Right, it's 30 to 60 days.
30 to 60 days it normally comes out. So trying to press in an actual budget book to be updated for the vote is rather aggressive and demanding.
Okay, so is there a difference between the actual physical copy or like online updates?
There is a difference, and I'm sorry, there is no difference, but I do have a question. So if I can pull all those detail lines, and then, so right now I have them specifically to each page. I could pull them all together, and you'd have them at the back of the book, but that's not how I have it right now. It would,
I mean, ideally, we're trying to, you know,
Because I know you want to all see the detail lines, that's fine, but what I was doing is I was pulling them apart and putting them with each department. If you want, I can put them all together at the back of the book like you had it last year, and then you will still have your detail lines, it just won't be with the rest of the book like it was now. It doesn't change the numbers, it just changes the format of the book.
I mean, I guess that's a legal question. Does it have to be in its final form when it's presented to us as a proposal? Or after we approve the proposal, does it have to be in a... I mean, to adopt it, I think it has to be in the final form, but for us to present it to the public, I still think we need a meeting to kind of let them know what's in there before. I feel we have to have another hearing also on the new proposed budget. That's what I was told. I just wanted your clarification on that as we come up with this timeline.
Madam City Attorney, can you clarify, please, on what's acceptable format at what stage for the budget adoption, please?
Your local ordinances require that your ordinances be in final form before adoption.
Okay, so I know once we agree to these adjustments or amendments, whatever you want to call them, we present it to the city manager, he comes back with a proposed budget. I guess we can either approve or deny that, but if we approve it, I'm still thinking that the public has to see it first. I have to see it before the hearing, before we adopt it.
So we had this discussion early on about what was posted to the website as the budget. And you guys had a public hearing scheduled. I think we had multiple public hearings. So with respect to your question about whether or not we are required to do another public hearing, it's not required legally by law, right? Because a lot of times when a budget is adopted, it doesn't look like what it initially was drafted as, right? Because the budget is drafted by the city manager's office. Once council gets it, it can change. And so you've complied with the legal requirement of having a public hearing. We've had more than one. But it doesn't stop you from having an additional one with the revisions that you guys get to by consensus. You're not prohibited from having another one to ensure that the public sees the revised budget that potentially can get majority vote based on what you guys come to as a consensus for this team to put in a proposed document back to you.
Right. So once again, I think the question was, since this would be a separate proposed budget that the public had already seen, will we have to go through the same process since this would be a totally different? Well, this would be another proposed budget, different from the first one that was that they had the hearing, if that makes sense.
I think I understand your question, and that's why I brought up, we went through this before, and my recommendation at that time was put up another budget, and that was not accepted, which is fine because I don't make decisions, I only give advice. And so if that's the will of this body, I think you'll need to get the consensus of your colleagues.
Okay. Okay, I think we're waiting on ETA, or how long do you think it will take to get these changes to us for review? Or so we can kind of schedule a timeline around that adoption?
I probably wouldn't say until maybe Monday, a week from today.
Okay. I mean, that's doable. Okay. Yeah, so I think even with that, we would probably, Madam City Attorney, you can chime in. So say we got this back on Monday or Tuesday next week, will we need another special call meeting to accept it before adoption, like on the next Monday on the 3rd?
So again, that would be a decision by your colleagues on when you want to then consider, discuss, and adopt the proposal that comes back. It could be done at a special call. It can wait until your first meeting in August. That's completely up to this body.
Okay, so just say hypothetically, so but a meeting is needed to accept the new proposed budget before we can adopt it.
So let me say it this way, sir, is that based on all the conversations that have been had about the budget, you guys want to see the changes in a document first. Because a motion to adopt the budget with the attached changes is likely not going to go anywhere. Does that make sense? And so you guys want to see them first before you adopt on the final budget. If I'm wrong about that.
No, I think that's required. I think that was the thing. So we can't just verbally make motions and adopt it. It has to go through finance and Redmond and present it back to us for us to adopt it. I thought that, I was taking that as procedure.
Madam City Attorney, I have a question. When you say consensus, are you saying consensus has to be, where and when can a consensus take place?
To not violate the Open Meetings Act, the best place is for it to take place is here, in a meeting.
Okay, so in a special call meeting, the consensus can take place, and then in a meeting, the consensus can take place, and then the next step would be to vote on that at another point in time, just for clarification.
I think what's happening here is that legal is being asked to weigh in on operations, and that's not what legal does. You guys need to decide how you want to adopt your budget. Do you want it
Wait, it's written.
in final format first? Do you want, that's a question I can't answer. So there needs to be some decisions by a majority of y'all, and decisions can't be made outside of a legally advertised meeting about how you want to move forward with adopting the budget. It's not a legal question.
Thank you.
I would assume that it's written in our ordinance, how we adopt our ordinance. And that's I was like, we have to follow procedures, what I'm estimating. And what I was speaking to earlier was the procedure as I understood it. There has to be a hearing, has to be in final form. It has to go to, we can adopt everything in one night, it has to go to the city manager for review and be presented back to us. Then I believe we have to show the public on each new proposed budget. The hearing for the last budget, I think it's not going to suffice.
Okay, thank you.
But just really quick, so once again, I'm asking everybody, my colleagues, to look at this list to see if there's anything you would want on here that's not on here. Hold on one second. And without hearing from anybody, I would like to make the motion. I move that the city council approve the budget adjustments as reflected in the budget adjustment spreadsheet presented at this meeting, and direct the city manager in coordination with the finance director to revise the proposed FY 2027 budget to incorporate those approved adjustments and present the revised proposed budget to the city council for review.
The motion failed.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, discussion.
Yes, and first I want to say, Ms. Cartwright, this is our first time hearing about your update, so thank you, because council was never informed about your update, but you have been very responsive in emails, and you have also come to these council meetings, so thank you for informing us of your status, but we had no knowledge of it. So I wanted the record to reflect that. And number two, the city manager terminated the director of finance during the budget process, and that is one of the reasons probably why we are in this predicament that we are in now. So the record needs to reflect that information. And number three is, in April, this body wanted to get additional support for your office because we knew that you needed a budget analyst and maybe 2 other positions filled, and we attempted to do an emergency procurement, but it was not supported by this council. I think I made the motion and Councilmember Mitchell did the second. And then number 4, this is most important. When directives are given by city council to the city manager, it's not an option. It's not an option. He should do what council directs him to do. I mean, that's just it. I mean, we have been in this process for quite some time, and, you know, we've just heard the status of the interim finance director today on July 20th. And we made attempts as a council to get her office staff through an emergency procurement. But we keep talking about passing the budget. When a directive is given unanimously, he should do it. And if he doesn't do it, he should be held accountable. So, Madam City Clerk, please make sure that the record reflects my comments in those verbatim minutes. And I'll yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cummings.
Phew, thank you. So I know we're kind of going back and forth and asking these questions. So the thing is, if we accept we're accepting of what Councilmember Mitchell has presented before us. We all accept it. We give him a directive. They make the changes. Once those changes are made, they bring it back to us. We adopt it, and that's it. I know we're talking about it has to be in the final form, but we just need to make sure that those changes are made. So is it okay if we do that and we accept and we adopt the budget?
I will bring your attention to Section 5-101 of your charter. This is the process. On or before the second regular meeting of the City Council during the month of April, the city manager shall submit to the City Council a budget for the ensuing fiscal year and any accompanying message so that the City Council can approve the budget by the first City Council meeting in June. I'm going to skip to the next important part. The budget shall provide a complete financial plan of all city funds and activities for the ensuing fiscal year, shall be in such form as the city manager deems desirable or the City Council may require. In organizing the budget, the city manager shall utilize the most feasible combination of expenditure classification by fund, organization unit, program purpose of activity, and object. Goes on to say that it shall begin with a clear general summary of its contents, shall show in detail estimated income, indicate property tax levy, on and on and on. Then it says, budget action. The City Council shall publish in one or more newspapers, this is Section 5-102, of general circulation of the city, the general summary of the budget in a notice stating the times and places where copies of the message and budget, that's the budget we just heard about in 5-101, are available for inspection by the public, and the time and place not less than 2 weeks after publication for a public hearing on the budget. After the public hearing, the City Council may adopt the budget with or without amendment. In amending the budget, it may add or increase programs or amounts and may delete or decrease any programs or amounts except expenditures required by law for debt service or for estimated cash deficit, provided, however, that no amendment to the budget shall increase the authorized expenditures to an amount greater than the total of estimated income. So that's the process. That process, I don't think was followed. And so my question back to this council is, do you want the budget in final form before you adopt? Or, as you just read here, you can make a motion to adopt the budget as 5-102B says, The council may adopt the budget with or without amendment. You can make a motion to adopt the budget with amendments. That's what your charter says.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Attorney. We have Councilwoman Cummings.
Okay, so I'm clear that we can adopt it with or without the amendment on there. But I have a question that I want to ask. So I know that you're going to be out on FMLA. So is there anyone else here that can assist with this? Because, I mean...
So I will be working on it from where I'm at. I was more concerned about printing the budget. The city clerk said that she could help me with that, printing the budget, and my admin could help. So that's the concern of, but I could get it put on the website and then get you guys a copy. So I kind of want to backtrack because we're talking about proposed, or are we talking about adopted? Because I guess if I'm doing a proposed, I can provide that to everyone online, but then the adopted is a book that's going to go to everybody. So I just want clarification on.
Adopt this now until they pass it. Earlier I was talking about proposed budget. I mean, adoption comes later down the line, but something we can see and something tangible for maybe a citizen to touch or whatnot. But
So I can get it done quickly and then get it on the website, but you all won't have a copy of it. I mean, unless you go on the website and you print it yourself.
I mean, if that's acceptable for everybody else, but I know we need to review it as soon as possible so we can get,
So I will be working on it. I just won't be here in the office.
Yes, so I feel like the quicker we can review it, the quicker we can approve it, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And we can kind of,
I'll be working on it.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that date
Councilwoman
still going to
Henry?
be on Monday? That was my other part of my question. Is that date still going to be on Monday?
Is it going to be on Monday?
Can I say Monday, but if I get it done quicker, I can let you all know? Okay.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I've been trying to
Okay.
wait my turn.
Yeah, I know you have Councilwoman Hemming next.
Okay.
And then you have,
Yes, so the motion was made to adopt the changes, and unfortunately, we're away from the Excel file right now. So some of my questions depend on the specificity of the Excel file, and I just want to say for the community, I understand we need to move and we need to act, but I have previously gone through great lengths to understand what the expenditures were by our city charter and our city ordinances of what was allowable for council expenditures. And so I do have some concerns that this proposal before us restores money to the city council members that is not authorized by our existing charter and/or ordinances. I also note that the sources page has 2.65 million, but the amended page has 2.58, so I'm trying to understand the difference. The spreadsheet, Madam City Attorney, Madam City Clerk, if you could put it back up. It also has restored some public arts events that I understood from a previous conversation were not funded by public dollars, and so if these things are not, if they're not funded by general fund dollars, rather they were funded by sponsorships, and so I'm very curious about why we would retain dollars there if there are other higher uses of these funds. This amendment also takes $700,000 away from the attorney's office, and so I just want to understand what the city attorney has to say about that. There was also at least 2 comments this evening that talked about the swimming pool. And although in East Point we currently do not have a swimming pool, I did hear from at least 2 residents an appetite to move in that direction and provide recreation for the public. And so I'm curious about how this approach of removing the $500,000 from the capital improvement swimming pool, if it is the best and highest use of the funds. And then Madam City Clerk, could you go over to the reprogramming phase A previous version of this had 2 grant writers for the city. I see that that's been reduced to 1 grant writer. I also note that, keep going down. This community stabilization line says reestablish the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. And council has had plenty public discussions about that particular language, given some of the federal directives that we had that were, I would say, antagonistic to this type of language. I still support very much the services that are allowable and aligned with our existing laws and ordinances, but I do have pause that this now says reestablish this office. And so I'm curious about what the desired change was when previously this said establish the Community Stabilization Division, formerly known as the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. And then I also see the deferred water projects at the 1.6 million, but we heard in the prior discussion that there are some concerns and outstanding questions about whether or not that funding exists. So by accepting this spreadsheet as is in its current form, I am concerned that we have made a lot of progress and that these changes are not immaterial. They're real changes to what has been requested here. So I would just caution council to look at the details of this. This spreadsheet, I did not get it before today's meeting, and for the record, I had a procedure to my eye today, so no, I have not been online waiting to get updates from council members. But I can't support this as is, given some of the changes that have been made since we've last discussed it. And then I would finally just ask, there are $30,000 going to the mayor's office that I have previously asked about, and there was a comment made that the mayor should be able to make determinations about her budget, and I agree. So I would just ask, Madam Mayor, if you could tell us what those $30,000 would be used for, as well as there were some other items in your budget related to overtime and there were several other things in the budget that I had previously asked council to consider scaling back, given some of the concerns that we had. So in its current form, I wouldn't be voting to support this, but I'm happy to, continue moving in the direction of having our ordinances, having our budget match our ordinances.
Just really quick, can I respond? Just really quick, really quick, before I forget. Okay. I'm not gonna remember all that.
No, ma'am.
Councilwoman Freely, and then I'll let you respond to that, Councilwoman Mitchell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And similar to Councilmember Hemming, I don't always carry my city phone, so I know that Councilmember Mitchell sent this a little before 11 this morning. I didn't see it until I was available at home, so I only had a very short time to look at it. A couple of things. One of the things Councilmember Hemming touched on regarding the Community Stabilization Division, Senior Yard and Vegetation Program. One, I don't see why the home repair and the yard and vegetation are separate things. It seems like that would make sense to combine if we're doing them. My question is, and I believe Councilmember Hemming touched on it, we've had this discussion many times about how we were able to use ARPA funds in the previous iteration of this office, and that general fund dollars could not be used in the same way. So I guess my question is, the 250,000, is that staff salary and benefits, or is that actual money that we're going to give out to people, and do we have legislation that defines that so that we can do that without violating the gratuity clause of the state of Georgia? So I have a number of questions. And then also, and this came up earlier tonight, this council requested a sort of emergency procurement through Plant Moran to do a deep dive into the budget so that people would feel comfortable with the numbers. We just heard from the city manager that he's only received a draft. We have not seen that. I'm just curious if my colleagues have changed their feelings on how comfortable they are with the numbers. Because if we haven't seen that, I'm not sure that any of the numbers, let alone what's on this spreadsheet, necessarily make sense. So those are some concerns that I have about immediately supporting that motion.
Rebecca.
Who was that first?
Thank you. So just a couple of things. One, in regards to the Community Stabilization Division, one of the things that we discussed is reestablishing the department, followed by a council discussion on a name change and legislative policy. And that should be listed here. So it should be reestablishing the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, and in parentheses, followed by council discussion on a name change and legislative policy to make sure that we aren't violating any gratuities laws. We can create a program, and the $250,000 is seed money to be able to create a program. We can create a program to address things like our unhoused or things of that nature to support, a goal to reduce or to provide support to our unhoused community. We can create that program that would require some funding to do so. I think where you get into the gratuities piece, the state law, we just can't take taxpayer dollars and put it into someone else's hand, but you can create programs. You can bring on nonprofits that specialize in these areas that can provide support and help the city achieve their goals as it relates to community stabilization. So that line item should state, reestablish the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, and then in parentheses, followed by a discussion of council on a name change and legislative policy. The other thing I wanted to mention about the deferred water projects, there's a lot of numbers being thrown around. I think, Ms. Cartwright, you mentioned during the last meeting that most dollars, we generate $6.5 million in most dollars. 2.2 million of it was allocated in the FY27 budget, and there's an excess of 4.3 million that we would just save. There are deferred projects, and we've talked a lot, we've spent a lot of tonight talking about water concerns, preparing for being proactive versus being reactive, just because we know reactive is a lot more money. It could mean more outages and things of that nature. So putting those projects back and having them funded by most was the request. And it sounds like the money is there. The projects can be done during this fiscal year, maybe, or FY27, maybe the water director can come up and confirm that. But if the money's there and the projects can be completed, I don't see why we wouldn't do it. She's mentioned a couple of times that the money's there.
Yeah, the money is there. My only concern is that changes the ordinance, and so then we'll need to re-advertise. City Attorney, if you see that's different, because that...
Yeah, that kind of leads into what I was trying to jump in earlier when we had this conversation. There's a difference between the budget and the ordinance, and it's been used synonymously. This is what we actually send to the state. This is the only requirement that we have to send to the state. We don't send the whole entire budget book or budget. We send this document, and as long as this document doesn't change, our overall numbers don't change. There can be a lot of movement within those numbers, and we still would be legal. That's why our 2026 budget is a legal budget. It was done with an amendment that was verbal, but it did not change the overall numbers on what we submitted to the state, so we did not have to do any type of re-advertising because those numbers that we submit to the state had not changed. So if you go by the reading that everyone was reading, that final document has not been changed. Despite all of our conversations, that is maintained. Now, if we do some changes that changes those numbers, then it requires and triggers a whole number of other public notification requirements.
We can do a budget amendment.
And I think that would be fine if it meant repairing priority pipes in our system, in our city, based on what we just experienced a week and a half ago. And I don't know if we would be able to submit this anyway, just because there's missing numbers
Well,
here.
this would be, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this would be corrected because it's part of the corrections that's going to happen because of the 45 million.
Right.
But the bottom number is still the same. But I did have another idea. If you guys chose to adopt it the way it is, then we can come right behind it and do a budget amendment to add the additional funds that you want to add from the most to water and sewer.
So I guess the question is, you're saying to adopt it as is and then rely on adding this at a later date versus adding it now?
Not at a later date, but following it immediately so that it updates immediately. Because what happens is we're going to have to go in and do a re-advertisement, and then that's a process. So it's like you have to do it, the 2 readings, and it also costs money, so. But, I mean, we do it all the time. You do budget amendments, and it can follow to add that additional monies, and it changes that dollar amount, the total proposed, or total proposed or total adopted.
So I guess the question for me is, why would the number change if the money is reflected, the $6.5 million is reflected as revenue? Why isn't the 4.3 in this number already? We just didn't allocate it. It should be reflected in the number because it's coming in. We just didn't allocate it to a specific project.
I need to go back and take a look at it, so I can't even answer that.
But all of the revenue should be reflected, right?
Right.
So that's where I'm confused, because you're saying that 6.5 is the revenue. We've only allocated 2.2 of it. There's 4.3 that is revenue. It should be reflected in the budget, so I'm not sure why the number would change.
So what I have encountered is you have water and sewer, right? Water and sewer it's allocated to one section, and then you have most, it comes in and goes into another bucket. And so when we did the allocation, we were basing it off of the total revenue, even the 6 million, but that doesn't necessarily mean it covers operations. And so that's the miscommunication. And it's another area that has to be corrected in the following year because you have most and water and sewer going into one bucket when they should actually be pulled apart. So what it's making it look like water and sewer's revenue is actually higher than what it is, but water and sewer is over here and most is over here. Most should be separate because it's its own separate bucket. And so because it's combined, it's making it look like water and sewer may be getting $100 when it's actually only getting 50 because the other 50 belongs to most, and you can only use that for specific things. It cannot be used for operations. And I don't know if that makes sense. Okay.
The other thing, I just had a question. This is maybe for Councilmember Hemming. You mentioned the $500,000 about the pool. This was something you also proposed in your initial spreadsheet, and you were comfortable with utilizing or repurposing $500 from the pool, $500,000 from the pool to other areas in the city where it was needed. So I guess for me, that came up as a concern for you. Where and what changed?
Community.
Can I ask?
Oh, yeah, I just know that Mitchell was also waiting to respond, so I just want.
Those are my only 3 questions.
Okay. Man.
Can you just respond to this, because he has been waiting to respond? And then you can respond to hers after you go ahead and respond. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so I was kind of wondering the same thing, because most of this is verbatim from your PowerPoint the other night. And I just also wanted to state that I think it was a good exercise that we as council members went and identified the sources where money can be reallocated. However, Madam City Clerk, could you go back to the reprogramming page? So when I made my motion, I was referring to this list. Can you scroll back down a little bit to the bottom? So, so the deferred water projects are not included in this figure if we would take a look at the graph. I know there's a question brought up about the Community Stabilization Division. But the motion earlier was based off of this list right here. So that was the question. I believe finding the funding, that's up to the city manager. It was my understanding that we present him with the list, he finds it, you know, he has discretion over how he finds it. We may have mapped out different avenues for you to get the money. I know that's always helpful. But I think our job tonight is to approve amendments tonight. And the only thing I'm hearing so far is the Community Stabilization Division is the only thing people have a problem with right now. Is there anything else on this list? My colleagues, the first time I asked, nobody said anything. Other than that you may have a problem with. Okay. I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Hemmings, can you can
Okay.
go back to Councilwoman Caldwell's question?
Okay.
Yeah,
Respond.
to answer Councilmember Caldwell's question, it was community feedback. Councilmember Caldwell has just shared with me in the front of the budget book a message from the city manager, so I'm going to ask you a question just to make sure we understand this. I know you don't know the budget book by heart, but on page 26, on page 26 related to the swimming pool, you repurposed $2 million already away from the swimming pool, I believe, and then you say the project still needs to go through design, so placing construction costs in the project is premature, and then it says $1 million is in the budget. Is $1 million in the budget for the swimming pool? Is $3 million in the budget for the swimming pool? Is $2 million in the budget for the swimming pool? Because I think there's some conflicting information in these two different spaces. Can you look at the page in the back? That's what I'm concerned about, yeah.
But the thing is, I looked up like design cost, and max it should be $350,000, like $350,000. Like, what is that?
Okay.
That's the confusing part, that's why I wanted us to go back and look at the deferred projects.
And the capital improvement project is going to be general.
What capital improvement is going to be? Yeah, and it should be funded by the bond when we get it back. That's the thing, when we get this bond rating, I'm saying when we get the bond rating back, all of this changes. The money doesn't have to come out of general funds for that. They don't know what they did with it. Oh, 213.
So we're trying to track that number. So there's certainly three areas. There's the manager's message, the budget itself, and then the CIP. And all of those three may not have been all updated across the board to be reflective. So that's what we're trying to track. But conceptually, we knew that we weren't going to be able to start construction. We knew that it was going to take a pretty robust public engagement piece, and we also knew that we would have to do design. And so the design work was initially going to be a part of what Cooper Carey was doing, and only through understanding that we couldn't fit it all on the site did we have to pull it off. That didn't mean that Cooper Carey is resolved of actually doing the design work, because it was actually a alternate in the bid. So we still plan on utilizing that portion, but since there were a number of locations, we understand that we probably need to go out into the public and figure out where the public would like to have that location. And then the design work would start from there, because you can't design without the location, because the topography plays a big role in the design.
Okay. To your question, Councilwoman Hemmings, and then we have Councilman Atkins. Go ahead. Did you have something to say?
Yes, thank you. So I think that the spreadsheet is based on this funding schedule that's in front of us right now, where it looked like there were going to be $3 million over the next 5 years put into the pool. But if your manager's message is accurate, I don't know which one is accurate, but if the manager's message is accurate, there would only be $1 million in there for the pool. And so my question would be, the $1 million, is that enough so that the plans that you described in terms of doing the design and going out and all those components, would the $1 million suffice? And then my second kind of follow-up question would be, would a reduction to that suffice? What would be the number that would be appropriate for what you have planned for the pool this year?
So I would stay with the 1 million. On the surface, it might seem like it would be less, but with a site that has not been identified yet, you want to leave yourself room there, because the site has a big difference in what the design cost could ultimately be. So, and then there's also a lot of initial site prep, that just some environmentals and all those kind of things that also guide the design process. So 1 million seems to be a solid number to have a strong public engagement piece, and give room for any kind of site challenges that might come up for design, and the work to have the design done.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I think we just heard from the city manager that there's likely only $1 million in this for the pool, and that million is projected to be needed depending on the site and a number of factors that I don't think that we currently have before us. So the question was asked of me, Councilmember Caldwell, what changed? The new information changed my position. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a few questions, and Ms. Cartwright, last week you sent us, there was a request to get information on all of our full-time employees, and you sent us a document with that information. And my question to you is, in that document, there are full-time employees that are listed. The majority of them, obviously, are occupied their field, and then there are a few vacancies. And in the budget that we have, are those vacancies accounted for? It's just that they're not currently filled.
Okay, so that report, it's only active employees, and there are some vacancies in there. That's because I put them in, but there's still a lot of vacancies missing out of it. The goal was to show you what that dollar amount looked like for all of the full-time positions, because I wanted you to be able to compare it to what you had in the budget book. But there's still quite a few vacancies missing in that document. So go ahead.
I guess my question is, what you gave us, there are a few vacancies in there, and there is a salary amount in there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that salary amount incorporated in the numbers that we have for the proposed FY27 budget?
Yes, I tried to include them into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I asked that question is because I think last week there was last week? Thursday, maybe at our special call meeting. I think one of the council members mentioned it. There were 2 grant positions, and today there's only 1. The reason I asked the question is because line 38 of that document, there's already a grants manager accounted for in that document, and it sounds like that salary is already accounted for within the proposed FY27 budget. And I would ask my colleagues, I don't know who added the two at that time, if they were just looking for the city to have 2 grant writers, because we already have a grants coordinator. And so if we have a grants coordinator already on staff, that position is filled, and there's a grants manager, and that position is vacant but accounted for in the FY27, then we would be able to take that off of this list, perhaps. That's not a question for you. I don't know who added that.
I added that, so the purpose of that is to actually, we need as many grant writers as possible. If that makes sense. So the more they will actually pay for themselves, I know we have a position. I don't see any harm in bringing in more grant writers that can full-time job or to actively pursue grants for different divisions. I know one grant writer might be limited, but yes, if you're looking for a purpose, they bring in multiple dollars.
Yes, and I understand that, Councilman Mitchell. My challenge with that is, I think grant writers are beneficial, they're value add, but I also want to make sure that we're just not adding positions to add positions. Like, what a city of our size, how many grant writers should we have? It sounds like, I know that Director Echeverria stated that they're also writing grants. I believe that in Chief Thornton's and Fire, they're writing grants. And so I'm trying to figure out, if we're in an austere budget environment, I just don't want to add positions if those dollars could be used somewhere else. And so that's why I was asking the questions, if those 2 positions were initially put in there because there was an assumption that we had none.
No. So this is actually one of the rare times that a position will pay for itself in grant dollars.
I'm not arguing that point.
No, I'm just saying, so we're arguing about money. It actually might be more beneficial to have as many of these people as we can if they're doing the right things. No, it's not that I know we have a grant writer. I was looking for more for the senior services, things that tend to depend on grants, like a lot of these services for seniors and whatnot. We need somebody fully dedicated to help make these programs self-sustainable. So maybe one day they are running off grant funding. I mean, we might start now, but that's my vision, is to have a lot of these programs that some might see as gratuities or things like that. We can have people actively pursuing grants to fund these programs.
Okay. So I think that if we've got a grants manager already accounted for, and we already have a grants coordinator, and we have some grant writers embedded in some of the departments, I would like to see those dollars perhaps that are proposed here to be used in a different way. I also believe that last week, and even on this spreadsheet, there were a few positions. I don't know if we can go back to the spreadsheet that was on the screen. It is the reprogramming. Their positions here, line items 25 and 26. They talk about salary adjustments. My concern with the salary adjustments is that this body approved the salary pay ranges through a consultant, and that consultant did a market study of the salaries. And so I just feel that if we're going to start to go through that document and pick out positions and then arbitrarily say we want to increase it by this amount, what would then prevent other departments to say, well, I can't fill this position because we need to increase that salary? I think it then speaks to the integrity of the document if we start to just pull positions out. So I would like to see Evergreen give us information in terms of what these positions should be if the director is saying they can't hire for these versus just throwing a number at them. So that would be for 25 and 26, my concerns around that piece. If you scroll back up a little higher, I think that there were some dollars allocated to community meetings for Ward D. I wouldn't want any of the wards to be disadvantaged, and so if we're going to provide dollars for community meetings for wards, I think it should be for all of the wards, A, B, C, and D. I'm not really sure the compelling argument just to provide additional dollars for one ward when we have 4. And so I think that if we're going to do that, then we should not disadvantage any ward and add the other wards. The ward council members could choose to use it or not use it, but I wouldn't want any of the wards to be disadvantaged in any kind of way. And then the senior home repair program, the $250,000, my understanding when I was putting this in, and I presented, I think at our first council meeting, speaking with Mr. Whitfield, we did need a match for our Georgia Department of Community Affairs grant of $500,000. He said the $250,000 would satisfy that. And so I'm also wondering, why wouldn't we include for that senior home repair program, both inside the home and outside of the home, but we've got a separate line item for that. And so those are questions that I would have. And I believe on the sources page, Councilman Mitchell, I believe that you'd stated that all of the things in red were returned, but I think in line item 33, this document would assume keeping the 500,000. So that would be green versus red?
Supposed to be green, yeah.
Okay. And so those would just be some of the concerns or questions that I would have regarding this document. I'm happy to hear the information that has been provided about capital improvement. When Councilmember Caldwell spoke with me about reprogramming dollars and what I stated at the special call meeting, I was a bit adamant about not touching capital dollars because many of the capital projects had already gotten cut. But if all of these dollars are not needed, then I'm happy to hear that we'd be able to reprogram some of those dollars. And with that, I'll yield at this time.
Yes, thank you. And number one, based upon the noncompliance of previous directives given to the city manager, I am not comfortable with approving the budget as is and then later going back with amendments. Like, that doesn't work. I'm not going to do it. We have heard from the community, and there are still questions. It's still a few questions up here from my council colleagues. Number two, the debt services and how we're going to pay back the money for this city hall does not even appear in the budget. And then number three, my question is for you, Madam Interim Finance Director. How long does it take a city to get their bond rating back? What is the approximate timeline for the city to get a bond rating back?
Councilwoman Martin Rogers, from my understanding, the bond rating is the projects that we do. So once we start the projects back up, we can apply to get the rating back, but I'm not sure how it starts. If it starts from, the bottom and then you have to work your way back up, I'm not concerned about that.
All right, and let the record reflect that the city lost their bond rating in January of 2026. So we keep talking about these projects and economic development. We don't even know where we stand with a bond rating in order to borrow money to possibly get the swimming pool or even the recreation center. So we don't have a bond rating. Number four, pretty much, we need the changes that we want to see in the document before we approve. That's just it. And I'm willing to give the department the time that they need, but as of 10:32 p.m., July 20th, we need to see this in writing. Pressure has come to me from people that I represent in the community. They want the changes in writing. They want something that they can see and are assured with whatever we pass is already in writing. So I cannot in good conscience support what has already been presented. And let the record reflect that I too have also asked for the Evergreen study when I saw the salary and wages. Because I know that this council previously voted to retroactivate some of those salaries that we may not have captured, but I wanted the Evergreen study so that I could compare what was being asked. Going to number 6, the Ward D community gatherings are the same as a Ward C town hall meeting. I just put a different spin on the community gatherings, but those are Ward D community meetings, so no one is getting preferential treatment. Also in Ward D, there was no space for us to have those meetings because the fire station was currently being repaired. So in order to keep those meetings in Ward D, I had to work with different spaces to host the residents in Ward D for those community gatherings. So the Ward D community gatherings are not a special event. Those are actually my town hall meetings that I have had since being elected into office 4 times a year. So I wanted the record to reflect that I just call it a community gathering and not a town hall, like my council members in Ward C. So that is, I did not see that in the budget, but there was no space for us to host meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. So I still didn't get the answer on the, I know Councilmember Hemming asked about was it the $1 million and $2 million or the $3 million? I know. So if it's only $1 million in the pool fund, correct? So what was the other $2 million reallocated to?
To another year, another fiscal year. It got deferred
So another, deferred to another fiscal
to
year?
28,
And
to fiscal year 28.
so one of the things I know that Councilmember Freely said about having the audit done so we can see truly what the numbers are, I'm seeing more and more how important it is to make sure that we do have like true factual numbers so that we can even do this budget. And another thing is, I know we've had now 3 attempts at trying to figure out where this money is going to come from. I think if we have our list of, requests, what it is, what we like to see in this budget, for us to sort of get into, we feel like it should come out of this fund, this, whatever, we get more into operations. I can't say, even though I see that there's $1.7 million in the city attorney's budget, for us to take whatever that amount, we came up with amounts that we thought. I had a conversation with her and I asked her, and she said, what funds that, that she didn't need all the money that was allocated in there. But we get more into operations when we start directing where the money is. If we say what it is that we'd like to have done, I think it's our job. We come up with what it is, those things that we need from the budget. We give it to you all, and it's y'all's job to figure out where this stuff is supposed to come from. Because we got 3, 4 different people coming up here with different ways where this money needs to come from. That's not our job. We're getting into operations when we start to do that, when we're starting to pull funds from different departments. You all know, you guys are the bean counters at the end of the day. So you know best where it needs to be done, but these are the things that are important. I know people have said that it's only $2 million, so that we're pretty much going through $2.5 million that we're going back for. But this is the stuff that's important. It's important that we have the fire stations remodeled. It's important that we have services restored for our seniors. It's important that we have training and education put back in, and a list of all these other things that we have. It's important that we have this stuff done. But we're going back and forth. We're looking at it, people getting the budgets, people are getting these spreadsheets. Some are commenting on it, some are not, some are looking at it, some aren't. We come to the meetings, we can do this all day long. We gotta get to a point that we can get some sort of stop on this and we can get this budget approved. I definitely don't want us to just jump out here and prematurely do it just because we are getting the residents and they're sending the budget. Yeah, we know that the budget needs to be done. It needs to be approved. And we are putting forth every effort to make sure, but we do want to make sure that we get it done right. And the thing about it is, we've had these spreadsheets. I started off with the first spreadsheet, and I had us to list what it was that we wanted on there, what our problem was, our concern, what the solution was. And I really thought that once you guys took a look at it, you would say, okay, there's $443,000 that's in here for events or whatever. These are what our suggestions were. And in your column, it was where you were going to allocate the funds. All of those columns, they just had explanations about stuff, what we can do in the next budget. That didn't help. So when I called and I asked, hey, what are we doing as far as like moving this money around, making these necessary changes? It was, I'm waiting on a directive from council. This is the stuff that we want to see done. I think still there are a couple things that need to be fine-tuned in here, but we need it to be done. And even after they've come and they've created these different spreadsheets, it would have been nice to say, well, hey, I see what you guys have. Even though I don't necessarily have a directive from you all to do it right now. This is what we've come up with. This is what we can do. Because all of the stuff that we're putting up here, you guys really hadn't said, if I really can, other than Ms. Cartwright saying now that she could kind of make these adjustments. There was a suggestion, approve the budget, and then we'll make the amendment, and it'll follow afterwards. But that's not going to fly. We need to have this stuff done, and I don't even know what you guys' input is on this as far as, is any of it, is some of it doable, any of it, or whatever. It's like we aren't getting any type of feedback, and I know we keep giving the directive, saying we got to get it done, we got to get it done, but then when I ask, you're waiting on direction from council. And it's just kind of, we're just going around and around and around in a circle. I mean, because we can do this again next week, have another special call meeting, and we're still going to be where we are. So my statement is to you, is to the members here on council. I mean, this is frustrating. I mean, and the public, they want us to get something done. So we got to figure out what's the best way to get it done and to actually, like, follow through on it. So I don't know, I'm just frustrated at this point. But, so these items that are here, and I guess the members here on the dais, are there issues or concerns that people have with some of the things that are still on here? Because, I mean, this information that was sent out, and I don't know, I guess what people didn't get it, or...
It's from the other night.
Or didn't, okay.
From the other night. That they were
So,
passing.
what are we gonna do to try and get this thing done? I mean, and we gotta understand, everybody, it's give or take. I know Councilmember Mitchell, he wants 32 grant writers. We can't give you 32 grant writers at this point. If it's just one, and I know there's one that Councilmember Atkins said that we already have that's in the budget. If we can do it, the thing is, we don't know. We're just putting the stuff on paper and we aren't getting any feedback. If we can't have it, say we can't have it so we can move on. Don't just let us keep coming up here and making, because I think it'll be my turn next to make a spreadsheet and figure out some stuff that's on there. And we got to get to a point, y'all, that we got to get this stuff taken care of.
So, and I hear you, definitely hear you in the frustration. I think from staff standpoint, we share in that. I mean, honestly, we made our best cut at it. Every single thing that we did, it wasn't popular. We knew it wasn't going to be popular, but we did it because we had a certain basis of rationale. And very few times have we been asked to share the rationale. It's been more so of exploring other issues, which makes it more of a Q&A kind of a response, as opposed to help me understand where you're coming from on why you decided this and that. I know, and I wanted to chime in earlier, but I didn't want, I mean, it is certainly a policy decision on how many grant writers to have. We have one that's locked down, and we also have the ability to push resources to other areas. So the fire department was mentioned as being very successful with grant writing, and they have an individual that has been leading that charge and has the time and the capacity to take on the citywide initiatives. So we moved some money around. We didn't have to bring a whole new employee with new benefits or anything. We were able to augment the salary of that person to take on a wider range of duties. So we can do things like that, which is also feeds in a lot of the things that we did with the Office of Equity and Inclusion. So it should be known that is a $1.2 million department. 250 doesn't come close to replacing the department, but 250 could go to augmenting the services and activities of those employees who will be doing other things in the police department. So giving room for those type of creative responses allows the city to continue those type of activities that the citizens and the council like, but then also gives a formal department that can pay for those benefits, that can handle the legacy costs of continuing the projects and activities, and the 250, even if it's not reproduced in future years, can be that jump start so that that program can continue, almost like a COPS grant, if you will, but internally. So there's things that, you know, we could do, but it hasn't been a whole lot of opportunity outside of answering questions and going down, you know, various deep I don't want to say rabbit holes, but essentially deep explanations on questions and explorations. So that's been some of the challenges, but frankly, we could do all of these things. We can make that work. There's just some challenges by doing some of those things. And so I did want to just put a pin on the deferred water projects. Certainly, we can do them. We already talked about the capital money being available. What we haven't really talked about is where we are with our reserves. And so we tap that too much and an emergency comes up, then it's going to be all general fund. And general fund has already been pushed because general fund's carrying water, solid waste. General fund's been essentially probably carrying water to some extent. General fund can't just continue to handle all of that and then maintain its reserve requirements. So it's not just an easy notion of just seeing that money there and using it. It's understanding that having a true projection of what our reserves look like and how much is it available or not available, and all indicators show that it's not available, and that the closest thing to a fund balance that we have is the excess from most, which again is restricted. So it's not going to help us with operational emergencies. It's only going to help us with capital emergencies. Those emergencies still come with overtime, still come with people, still come with all those other things that most can't be used for. So it's a risk, and I'm just saying this is what the risk is. Let's go into it with open eyes.
So I just want to be mindful that we do have staff. I understand we have a necessary discussion, but I just wanted to be mindful of that as well. Just waiting for that presentation. So I'll move forward with the, let's see, Councilman, and we are in the second round.
Okay.
So,
I'm trying to get this motion together, so,
we're still in discussion. There's already a motion on the floor. Okay. And we're still in discussion. And
Right.
we've gone through 2 rounds of discussion. So do we want to go through another round of discussion? I just want to make sure that we're being mindful
So-
of staff.
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Okay. First we have Councilmember Mitchell, then we have Councilmember Hemming, and then Martin Rogers, and then Councilmember Conklin.
So I would like to say once again, we're not worrying about the funding sources. That's not our job. I know we keep going back. Yes, I think it's good that we did identify ways to fund what we want. Tonight, we're here to come to consensus on this page right here. Our initiatives, our wants, what we want to see in the budget. We're not worrying about funding sources. That's up to the city manager's discretion. So far, I heard we've had a problem with line number 25, planning and zoning, and 26. I'm not sure who put that on there. Was it 25 and 26?
I can speak to him. Can I go change?
Which ones was it?
25 and 26.
Okay. So, do we want to take this off the list? I've heard one person with a problem with this. Or we leave it on.
Which line item?
25 and 26.
No, I don't.
Because we can put together a list in real time that we can pass, but we need to pass something tonight. Or else we have to wait 2 weeks for this. So if you have a problem with something, please say so we can address it. Or else we'll be going around in loops and circles.
Who had a problem with 25?
Okay.
To see.
So a lot of this was fine last week.
Councilmember Mitchell, I'm waiting for
Yes.
the mayor to recognize me, so I'm not, just to be clear, I don't want you to take my silence as not
Oh,
wanting
no,
to
no, no.
respond.
I'm speaking to everybody because it's not a, okay, whatever. And then there was I think senior home repair program and the yard service would be separate. It's 2 different services. Probably 2 different companies. and then we spoke of the grant writer. So I initially had 2 grant writers. I actually made one assistance for the ORR request in the clerk's office and 1 grant writer. I'm not hearing anybody else really say anything negative about grant writers. But however, this is not about funding. It's about this list we have right here that we have to come to a consensus on so we can give it to the city manager. So hopefully we have enough compromise within all of us without spreading this out another 2 weeks that we can come to some kind of consensus on this list so we can hand it to the city manager. Once again, funding doesn't matter. That's not our job. His job is to find the funding sources. Everybody has given their ideal or what that could look like, but ultimately it's up to the city manager. So we need to come together on this list. That was fine last week.
Are you asking us questions that we can respond to?
Sure, so when you have your turn, if you have a problem, please state it so we can take notes and hopefully come to some type of consensus. So I know we have another round going, so if y'all see something wrong with something on this list, please say so. So that conversation can be had. Thank you.
I do have a question about the grant writer,
Go ahead.
if I can, to
ahead.
Councilmember Mitchell. So I think what Councilmember Atkins was asking earlier, because there is a vacancy for a grant writer, is the goal, and I know your initial request was to have 2 grant writers, which we brought it down to 1. This, by just adding the 1, that would give us the ability to actually hire 2 grant writers. I just wanted to confirm that that was still the goal. We would technically have 2 new grant writers that we could potentially add to staff.
Yeah, so this will be in addition, I guess, to the open position.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
All right, thank you.
That's your question, Councilwoman Caldwell?
No, that was just based on his conversation. I still am.
Okay. Councilwoman Hemming?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The original motion included the sources and the reprogramming, and so my concerns were very clear with the sources. I can be in support of the reprogramming. I do have a continued concern about the language that's written here on line 33. I also want to make sure at the top of this, are the associate judges represented in this file or not? Okay, I just want to make sure that, was that? Okay, line 6.
First one.
So the associate judges being there, I can support it, but I want to be clear that I'm not supporting what currently lists as the sources, and then I have a question. So, Mr. City Manager, if we were to say that these are the dollars we want to reprogram, you're going to then have to go find where that money comes from, and I guess my concern is that what if you do something that takes the money from a place where council just does not agree, for example, like you take all the money from Parks and Recreation, what then is our recourse as council? Because it's hard to say, yes, we want to reprogram these dollars, but then not tell you what we're comfortable with losing because the math has to balance. So I'm just asking, based on the discussions you've heard, where are you going to go find this $2.5 million that council is saying they want?
So I will provide where that comes from and my rationale behind picking that particular item versus another. And frankly, if council disagrees with that approach, we'll be at least back at this same crossroad, but hopefully with less forks in the road.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
And then, Madam Mayor, if I may ask a question to the city clerk, because there is a recommendation for staff in her office. Okay, Madam City Clerk, there's on line 19, it says $100,000 for assistance for ORRs. Could you please tell me what this request is and how much money would normally be allocated for what this position might be?
Okay. Yeah, so that, I would only need 1 admin assistant, and that salary would be $45,231.
Somebody come out? Okay, and then, I know we don't have our HR personnel, but roughly, Mr. City Manager, could you give me a ballpark what our compensation package is? I know in my employer, it's about 45% of the overall salary is then what we're compensated for benefits. Do you have a number like that, where you could tell me roughly what would need to be added to the 45 to cover salary and benefits?
I need some, oh, there we go. And this is total estimating.
I know.
I think we were at 25 to 40%, so
25.
that fits a little bit within what your experience is.
So in the 45, and let's just do math real quick. I just want to make sure that what is being requested, 45,000 times .40, so that'd be 18,000 on top of the 45. So roughly for this position, Madam City Clerk, $63,000 would be enough money to get you an open records request assistant in your office? Oh.
I would assume so, because typically all I do is just go based off the salary amount, because everybody who works here doesn't necessarily get benefits, being they're married, they're on their parents' insurance or whatever. So I always just go by the actual salary, thank you, that HR provides me with.
Okay, so I just want to state that I'd be happy to support this with the adjustment to the city clerk's assistant for open records requests at 65,000. Let's just cap it at 65 so that there is sufficient money should that person want to solicit benefits from the city. So my support of this would stand. I know that Councilmember Atkins had a question about the Evergreen study, and I wanted to speak to line items 25 and 26. If you could scroll down, Madam City Interim Finance Director, thank you. So the salary adjustments that are listed here at 42,000, these were not arbitrary numbers pulled by me. When we had the June 23rd presentation, one of the community members asked us if we heard from the department heads. And at that June 23rd meeting, I asked Director Kimberly Smith what would be responsive to the permit process and the needs of her office to make sure that we could be the type of city that we needed to be as it relates to permits. She was very clear with me. She said there were 3 things that we needed to restore. One of them was the salary adjustments at 42,000. She further described that, in a follow-up call, she further described that these were funds that were already allocated in the Evergreen study, but they were contingent upon her staff completing some formal training. The staff have since completed that training, and her concern is that without being able to make these salary adjustments, those staff could go to another city where they could get the higher salaries. So I want to be clear with council that that was not arbitrary. I also have asked, since I've gotten on council, about the chief building inspector, and in fact, one of the community members mentioned it tonight, and we have heard from the city manager at our orientation meeting, and then also in follow-up conversation, that they are having a challenge fulfilling the chief building inspector role. The range of that role caps out at $110,000, and as I understand it, it would be consistent with the Evergreen study. And then if you could go down to line 27, just to make sure I've cured that. The Planning Commission dollars have to be there in order for us to have an effective and facilitated Planning Commission. So those were items that I added based on listening to those public presentations from the Director of Planning and Zoning. But to your very direct question, I'd be willing to support this so long as the salary for the assistant is adjusted to $65,000, and then I think my colleague has some language to adjust one of the line items, and I would yield.
Councilman Freely.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I want to go back to the salary question around the city clerk, the ORR admin. It's my understanding there's already a plan for a staff member in the police department, I believe a civilian staff member in the police department who would be dedicated to open records requests because that's the lion's share of open records requests that the city receives. So I would not want to hire someone to do a function in one office in the city and have salary discrepancies between the two when they're essentially doing the same scope of duties. So I think they need to match. Do we have any idea what that position is in the police department, what that salary is?
I'd have to get my computer, I can send it to you in an email. I don't have my computer with me to give you that exact dollar amount. But it's important that they match.
I mean, personally, I think so, unless somehow their position descriptions are vastly different, which it doesn't sound like they would be.
Right.
And so then I think we put ourselves in a position of having, some issues where staff are being paid at a different rate for the same duties.
Oh, it's So I was just informed that it's one of the employees that's moving over from the Office of Equity and Inclusion. And so it won't be lower, it won't be that dollar amount because she's already an employee and she gets more than that.
Okay, so she's in a different series or something in terms of city positions?
Say that again?
So this won't be an equivalent position, is what you're saying? The
It is.
ORR officer in the police department and the one in the clerk's office will not be
They
the
are,
same position?
they are supposed to be the same, but I guess because she already gets a salary that's higher, that it's, for her, it's just lateral.
Right, but there would be parity in what the baseline is for them, regardless of time and grade for the existing staff.
They'll be in the same classification, so the current one, yeah, she might be mid-range, a little higher.
Right, just because she has some
And then the other
seniority.
starting range, yeah.
But we're sure that there's parity across those two positions?
Yeah, it's
or
definitely
would
not going to be in another classification, but yeah, there'll be some parity there.
I'll double check it. And
Okay.
And then I also want to say, we also approved for a temporary employee, not a full-time, but a temporary employee to also help in the police department.
Right.
And my communications with the city clerk is, the police department makes up 50% of all of the requests coming in.
Right, so that in and of itself is going to relieve the pressure on the clerk's office?
Yes.
To a great extent. Okay, and again, if we're just sort of still going through this list, I mean, I still stand by my comment that I don't see the point of having yard work and home repair in two separate programs. Also, still have a concern about the legislation that allows us to give those dollars away to individual citizens. And I would just, again, reiterate the point that we requested a deep dive on the numbers for the budget before anyone was comfortable making a decision. And Plant Moran has not delivered that. Thanks.
Okay, council, we have Dr. Martin Rogers, and Councilman Atkins has not gone twice, so he has one more round, and I'm trying to keep us.
I just turned my mic off to let them.
How many rounds has it been?
I've only been in the same amount as everybody else.
Well, 3.
I haven't spoken 3 times. I asked him a question. He was asking questions. I asked you if I could answer.
They just making us sit down.
All right, and thank you, council. But what I wanted to say is, for the record, that for the people still watching, you need to do an open records request on the impact report for the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. She gives a fiscal expenditure summary from the year, I want to say 2020, and also asks for the Southern Equity Study, in which the city looked at the totality of this division and how it could help residents, employees, economic development, housing resources for residents in the city. But I hear the city manager talk a lot about ARPA funding, but this is another division that goes after grant funding, such as CDBG, ESG. She has ARPA listed here, and EMLI, which is economic mobility. So if anyone is interested, she provided an impact report, my apologies, from 2021 through 2026. I wanted that to reflect the public record. Number two, I think that we are at the hour that we need to decide on a directive and give it to the city manager and staff and let them come back with what is best for the residents of this city. That's just it. The residents of East Point should come first in our decision-making, and it just shouldn't be optional. Number three, we hear a lot of talk about the most funds. He also needs to come back with how much money is in that account so that we have accurate numbers. He has stated that he's had over 50 budget meetings. Collectively, council has worked on 2 sheets with what they want to see. He should most likely be directed, and then go to the tab that says sources, because that was the other thing. Council has done the majority of the work for the administration with providing the sources where the money is coming from. All he has to do is take the information from this sheet, the other sheet that was presented last week, and implement it. That's it. So that is what I wanted to go on the record to say, that the majority of the work has been done for him with council, with mayor and council. This has already been done. We need a directive so that he can come back. That's it. If we want it in a document, he has to come back with it. If we want it on Friday, the directive should be for him to come back on Friday. I mean, that's it. And I yield. Thank you.
I have a question. I know, Madam City Attorney, you have stated that this is our council's responsibility to make, but I have one more question. Can we approve a draft? If it's named as draft and not final, is that something that he can come back with to draw the consensus? I'm just curious. I have to know, because I know wording is very particular and important. So that's why I was wondering.
I think if you're trying to get to implementing these reprogramming and source numbers, your motion from your council would be a motion to direct the city manager to bring back a proposed budget that looks like this. So you wouldn't need a draft. It's all proposed until you approve the budget. And it's not the budgets, right? Because you have a general fund budget, you have a capital improvement budget, you have enterprise fund budgets. So let's make sure we're talking about all the budgets.
All right, Councilwoman Caldwell and then Councilwoman Mitchell.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to bring up the water projects again because I'm still hearing a little bit of question around it. The first thing I wanted to mention as far as just capital uses, right? What I'm reading as the definition of capital expenditures are meant to be long-term investments, things that will last for many years. So by deferring these projects, we put ourselves at risk of increasing emergency spending that may not, I don't know, be covered by most. But if we are planning for these to be proactive, when we know our water infrastructure, we know we have aging pipes, we know things need to be replaced, we can utilize those funds for infrastructure. And it actually gives a couple of examples that are included: replacing aging water mains, installing new sewer lines, building a new pump station, constructing or expanding water treatment facility, purchasing major equipment with a long useful life. So I guess I want to understand, when you say capital projects, it can only cover capital projects, and if these are examples of capital projects, how is that different from what we're seeing on this sheet as far as the deferred projects? What wouldn't be considered capital?
The operations.
So give me an example.
So the water main break, fixing the main is capital. The actual people that it took to do the repair, that's operations. The trucks that got them there, that's operations.
So I guess where can we find that information? Like, where do we see that information and be able to confirm that?
Confirm what?
Yeah,
Operations versus capital?
Where most says it could not pay for those things or will not cover those things.
The legislation, we can provide that for you.
Yeah, so if we could get that to understand that piece of it. So I guess these projects, they would need to be broken out. What part of the project would be operational versus not? Like what is the amount associated with what would not be covered by most?
So operations are usually funded through the fee rate, the rate structure. Those rates they can be used for capital, but typically, especially when we have revenues coming in like the most, not everybody has that. I think the director kind of expressed the challenges getting it and the rare and uniqueness of having it. So a lot of places would have to pay for its capital needs and its operational needs from the rates. Since we've gone so long without having rate adjustments, then it tends to put pressures on operations because you're required to work within this threshold that typically would have grown, as opposed to all of the cost of living adjustments that you made for employees, wage increases like Evergreen, all those things increase your costs. Not to mention just the supporting equipment that those employees need. A lot of times those things will fall under operations, with few exceptions. But that being said, if that doesn't keep pace, then that puts pressure somewhere else in your budget. So luckily, we heard that we've been taking out loans. We've heard that we've been successful in getting most. We've heard that we have been successful getting federal grants. A lot of times those don't come 100%. And I've already expressed some of the recent changes up at the Capitol that might even put more challenges on us. But those things put pressures on the other end of the budget, right? And that's where your reserves comes in.
So I guess my question for you is, as an administrator and the person overseeing all of this, why haven't we done a rate study? Why haven't we done it? That should have been presented with the budget to say, hey, we need to fix, we have $375 million worth of aging infrastructure across our city. We're getting $44 million in grants that will pay for all of the supplies and everything else, but we need to cover our own operating costs. And because our rates are not high enough, here's the proof, right? Here's the study, here's what we've done to understand where our rates need to be. And this gives us something that we can then go back to the community for. So I guess to say from your standpoint, we haven't done a rate study in 13 years, or we haven't changed a rate in 13 years. We also haven't seen any proof that the rate needed to be changed. We're just now having the discussion. That information should be presented to us, and it should have been presented to us before we even started this budget discussion, so that we could have these type of conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. So to answer your questions, there's a rate study that is in progress. We've already went out for bid, and we have a consultant that's working. Just could not push them fast enough to get it done in the budget process that we attempted to, but they have to go through their analysis, and we can only push so much. So I suspect that rate study will be coming soon. We already kind of talked about power, not trying to switch up or on you, but we were planning on having that at the end of June. Then we were told mid-July. We're in mid-July. We still don't have it. So I just say that these things take some time. The level of analysis that is required can be very time-consuming.
This is a huge miss, right? Because even our ordinance say for the electric that I think you're referring to, we should be reviewing this on an annual basis. The budget comes at the same time every year. And so having this information so that we can make informed decisions is critical. To come back in the 11th, 12th hour and to say, hey, our rates are too low when we've been presented with zero information, it's unacceptable.
Well, I will only say that while you're new to council, this rate study question has come up before many previous councils, and has always been met with delay or denial.
The information being shared?
Rate studies in water in particular.
But I'm saying the information that's being shared with council has been met with denial?
I'm referring to the rate studies. If you were talking about the information of having rate study analysis before you, that information has come before council before.
Right, but has it come before us? Has it been
This
not
particular
approved?
council, no ma'am. I'm just saying
And
about
you're
it
still
has
moving
come
forward
to
with the
city
rate study?
councils in the past.
Right, but you're saying that it's come before council and it's been denied. It has not come before us, but you're still moving forward with getting the rate study done? Did you need to come before council to ask for the rate study?
I'm talking about over the last 13 years, this has been a topic that's been before council many times.
Do you have one question?
Oh, no, I was going to try to wrap it up.
Okay, I just wanted to know one thing. City Manager Jones, when it comes to you said that the most funds can only be used, are only applicable to capital projects, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is there a strategy, for example, a capital project, so let me just ask this question. The water main break on last week, was that considered a capital funds project? Would that be considered a capital funds project?
It would be both operational and capital.
Both operational and capital, considering the nature of our infrastructure and the amount of work that operations had to put in to repair that, is there a strategy or is there a way that those most funds can go into the operations, the resources that were used for that operations project because it was applicable to the actual capital project? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear where you're going. There are some strategies. I'm not going to say there's no strategies, but you have to work within the law of what those funds are for.
Right, obviously,
Right.
not to be anything, nothing nefarious at all,
Oh, right,
but just purely,
absolutely.
this is how much our people spent on this capital project. So that's above and beyond operations, and as a city of East Point, it sounds like our infrastructure is lacking in so many ways. So what I'm asking is there a strategy to compensate for our aging infrastructure and the amount of time that our people have to put in, and how can that be compensated out of the other funds that we get, like such as MOS?
So the strategy, revenue replacement is probably what they refer to it as, is you try to maximize your capital expenses or things related to the funds that you have available, maximize using those funds, even if general rate revenues would have been used if you didn't have those funds. So you try to, back out some of the rate-related funds because they're much more flexible. They're, kind of used as unassigned. So you can use them in a lot of different ways, much more flexible than most, and then maximize using your most. It's a balancing act. One of the things that we also have to manage, and this is getting a little into the weeds, but we also have that liability with Fulton County. And so one of the challenges that I've been working and trying to negotiate with them is to do a revenue replacement strategy where we can look at their investment in Camp Creek and say, hey, we want to be involved in the capital of that so that we can maybe maneuver some of our most funds to help us pay into that program because it's capital related, and then have an agreement to basically take some pressure off of our revenue generated and also not worry about having to create a special surcharge or something to pay for that liability. So that would be a strategy, but the county would have to agree and the lawyers would have to agree and we would all have to agree. So it doesn't necessarily mean that can happen, but that's a strategy of trying to pursue to take heat and pressure off of the rate revenues that we get, which we have already said is 13 years since it's been evaluated.
Thank you. Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councilman Mitchell's question was about the spreadsheet before us and if we had any inputs or questions or additions on this. I don't know how we're capturing those because the motion does not include any of those things, and the motion did include the reprogramming and the sources, although Councilman Mitchell is saying that we just need to focus on the reprogramming. Mm-hmm. So maybe the motion needs to be restated. I don't know.
So I thought I was on next.
Hold on just one second. And I also believe that in addition to the reprogramming, that we have to be cognizant of the sources, because to someone's point, you could go and you could cut somewhere that the consensus does not want you to cut. I know that in terms of sources, I saw here that there's a $700,000 cut to legal, and Madam City Attorney, I know that the spreadsheet that I had presented, it was a $400,000 cut. We had conversations about that, and you felt comfortable with that based on the trends. So this would increase that cut by $300,000. What type of position does that put your office in terms of providing the services that you would foresee for FY27? Okay.
So the original number that was in there was the 1.7. That was just a carryover that finance did from the previous fiscal year, right? It was not necessarily a number we specifically asked for. It was a number that they just carried over our same numbers from the previous fiscal year. But as you can see, that we did not exceed that number. In fact, I think the expenditures were what you see there, the $1,050,000, because of savings and things done in the office that didn't require the whole 1.7. What I did say, I think in our call and a call with another council member who asked about reducing the legal funds, it is fine to reduce it. However, I want to caution you about a number of conversations we've had in executive session about things coming on the horizon. And so while I can do my part to ensure that the work is done with, fiscally minded, there's some carryover from previous stuff that needs to be handled, and it may come to hatch in FY27. So with that, I'm happy to work whatever the council sees fit, and if we get to the point where those matters that we've talked about need some additional funding, then we can address that when and if we cross that bridge.
Thank you. Yes, based on the conversation, I knew that you were okay with some cuts to it, but the $700,000 wasn't the amount that you had shared with me that you were comfortable with. But, so in terms of sources, I would be concerned about that, but it looks like if we're going to have dollars from the swimming pool piece, that we may be able to restore some of that. As it relates to reprogramming, what I would say for me is, I think for community gatherings, that I would want to equalize that across all of the wards, for wards A, B, C, and D. And then as it relates to the senior home and maintenance program, lawn maintenance, if we combine those programs to be administered together, because it is addressing, I would say, code issues for both the interior and exterior of the homes. And Councilmember Hemming, thank you for the explanation regarding the salaries for planning and community development. I mischaracterized that and said arbitrary, but based on the conversations that you have, I feel more comfortable with that as long as it is within the Evergreen study. I just want to make sure that we are within those ranges as provided by the consultant that we hired to be able to provide that information. And I believe that that is, if we scroll down, I think that that is all I had in terms of my input. But I know that the motion didn't address those things, and it does speak to both sources and reprogramming. And I'm not sure if we're capturing all of those things. But yeah, I think that that's all. And I think Councilmember Caldwell, you had language regarding line item number 37. Yes, that's what I was going to say. So yeah, then I'd be fine.
I'm in.
Okay.
Let me just, I just want to ask one more question.
We have Councilwoman Mitch Martin Rogers, and then Councilwoman Cummings, and then Councilwoman Mitchell.
All right, and yes, what I wanted to know is what were the reserves over the past 3 years in water and sewer? Perhaps the city manager or the interim finance director can answer that. Over the past 3 years, what were those reserves in the water and sewer department? For the last 3 years.
So I guess we can, I mean, I sent an email to you, so it's really hard to tell because the audits aren't up to date.
Okay.
So it's always going to go based on that, and then we can do like a preliminary number and pull out the actuals from the years prior, and then either add it or deduct it from the last audit, which was 23.
All right, and thank you. And I would just like to say, for the council member that continues to mention the community gatherings, for the record, those are Ward D town halls. It's not a progressive dinner. Those are Ward D community meetings, one in fact that he attended. So it's not anything that is going on that isn't being done by council colleagues that host community meetings. Those are the Ward D community meetings in which I provide an agenda, a sign-in sheet. Over the years, Mr. Jones has attended those community meetings, and also staff members have attended those community meetings. And it is an informational session, so I'm not sure what is trying to be reflected here tonight in the community gatherings, but council members can ask what they'd like to see in their own budgets. I prefer to have community meetings to keep the constituents in Ward D informed, which I'd like to also add has been highlighted in the South Fulton Neighbor newspaper on 2 occasions. But those are my community meetings in which I inform the residents of what is happening in East Point, and that is what is happening in the Ward D community meetings. So not sure why now council wants to have, I mean, those are my town halls. Same town halls as Ward C has, and anyone else can choose to have. There's nothing going on. Those are town halls for Ward D. And as I believe someone said this evening, they wish that other council members would have community gatherings. So yes, those community gatherings are the Ward D community meetings, which have occurred since 2024, 4 times a year. Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry.
Councilmember Martin Rogers, I understand that there are meetings, and I just would like, as the citizen stated, for there to be dollars for all
I'm
of the
sorry,
wards to
point of
have
order.
those.
Point of
And so
order,
that's
Madam
why I
Mayor.
brought it up.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I believe that council members have to be recognized the rule before speaking and chiming in. I mean, if they want to, but I don't want him to make it appear as the community gatherings. Well, then they should do it.
Member Mitchell?
But it shouldn't be.
Oh, we have to read the point of order.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Hold on, we
Rule
gotta read-
17,
we
Rule
gotta read
7, members recognized. Thank you.
Yes.
Read the rule and make a ruling on Councilmember Martin Rogers' point of order.
It stands. Yes, sure, yes, it stands.
You're saying you agree with her?
Yes.
rule.
Okay.
Mitchell?
All right, thank you. So I believe, guys, it's 11:30. Ms. Cartwright has so graciously been updating our spreadsheet as we make our demands. Are you cool with the 5,000? Okay, so I think everybody may be on board with the 5,000 for each ward, if that's what it takes. I believe we captured all of Councilwoman Hemming's request.
I just had a question to ask about the education.
So,
Well, I just didn't know.
I put it back. Yeah, so, Madam Mayor, I think, Councilwoman Hemmings, if you have, I think we've captured all of your requests. You said you would be on board if we captured your requests for this, because we're trying to get this passed tonight. Is there anything else you want to see in the budget? Okay, so I think we've captured everything, Madam Mayor. It may be safe to call the question, so we can move along.
The motion on the floor.
Oh, the motion. I got to
Yeah,
redo the
didn't
motion.
do what you
I'm
think
sorry.
it did.
Okay.
Councilmember Mitchell, could you entertain one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
The money that's just been added to council, I still have pause around adding any dollars to council discretionary funds. So when you make your motion, if you could make sure that it includes that these funds would be expended after authorizing legislation defines their use, that would be the final thing I would ask of you.
Can we make a caveat for just you, or how does everybody else feel about that? So is it for all the council members, or is it your own personal budget?
All council members. Well, they didn't, because we're not talking about the sources and we're only talking about reprogramming. I have continued to have pause with things being associated with council appearing to have discretionary funds. We heard from the community that that wasn't the appetite. So my only ask is to be above reproach if we could make sure that these community meetings are defined in a way that's consistent and with enacting legislation. That's all I'm asking.
Sure, so your motion, say that one more time, is with the discretionary
I'm
funds?
fine with this being approved as is, with qualifying language that says that any funds expended from these ward-specific community meetings allocations would be defined by enacting legislation.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, so I would like to amend my motion, Madam City Attorney.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm
Let-
in.
Oh.
Thanks. the point that both Councilmember Atkins and I have raised a couple times about the senior home repair and the lawn, that hasn't been amended, or have you done that? Because that hasn't been changed.
No.
So
I mean-
characterization that everybody talked about is all taken care of, I'm not sure is accurate.
I didn't want that. I wanted that separate.
Okay, well, I don't.
Okay. Well, that's one vote. Right. We're not going to hold up the budget on that.
No, no, you have to call a vote for the,
So I was going to restate my motion to include what Councilwoman Hemming just stated.
so you had a budget, you had a Councilwoman Hemming, so I guess, Madam City Attorney, I just want to make sure the motion, go ahead with your have you stated your motion yet?
I have to
A while ago.
restate it.
There was a
yeah.
motion, a second, and you guys have been in discussion.
Okay.
So the motion would be, I move that the city council approves the budget adjustments as reflected in the budget adjustment spreadsheet, not including sources, only the...
Mr. Mitchell, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I think you're not approving this. I thought what you were doing was giving the direction to the city manager to update the proposed budget to reflect these things with the changes that you guys have already, that you've accepted from your colleagues. Is that
So I
accurate, sir?
think we're trying to accept it now. I think we have to vote on this before we give it to him to come up with a new proposal.
That is the vote, that you guys have consented, most of you, to give this to him so they can update it and bring it back to you in the budget.
No, I think that's what the vote is now. I think we're reaching a consensus right now. So if we get 5, then I think we can give it to him. Okay, one sec. So amend the motion to state, I move that the city council approves the budget adjustments as reflected in the budget adjustment spreadsheet, not including the sources, only reprogramming, and with the caveat that any expenditure from the ward meetings be defined in newly developed legislation. Does that make sense?
Okay, one second. Madam City Clerk, can you read back the original motion that we're on right now, please?
Let me look through my notes so I can find it.
Which one? I mean, that's two different people. That's two different programs. I don't know. You think about one cut grass, other.
A point of clarification.
I mean, it's just,
It's going to take her a minute.
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
No. Did I walk out when y'all did it? Because I did walk out to go to the restroom.
So, point of information, Madam Mayor. And this question is for the city attorney. Madam City Attorney, and this will probably take some research, but I believe once council moved all of the events up under the city manager's office, there was a vote taken that you had to have certain things in place. I do remember Councilmember Hemming, she just mentioned legislation, but I guess it's going to take some research. But when we moved all of those events up under the city manager's office, he was requesting some sort of 2 or 3 week notice.
Yeah, I do remember that.
In regards to meetings, the
With the
agenda.
council member?
Yes, so
It's already there.
I know that there was, that was a vote that was already taken on a directive. So I know I heard the mention of legislation. Can you just give us a point of information on that, please?
I remember that.
I will, however, I'm not sure what you're referring to. So I do remember the vote that was taken, I guess that was last year or the year before, wherein they voted to move all events under council, and that council would work with, the city manager would work with the council member to ensure the events reflected the intentions of that council member. If you could help me relate that to what we're doing now.
So when Councilmember Hemming mentioned the $5,000 in legislation being a part of that, can you go back down to where we just added in $5,000?
Oh, the
for all
council
wards?
money?
Yes. That's what I'm asking you to weigh in
I
on.
don't want to speak for Councilmember Hemming about.
I'm sorry.
No, you go.
My question is, she was requesting legislation, but we've already taken a vote as it relates to these events that are up under the city manager's office. So I just wanted a refresher. I can go back and look at the minutes myself and what the motion actually was, but she mentioned legislation to coincide with the community meetings, and I'm sorry, yes, or council events, or whatever we want to call them, gatherings, whatever we want to. But do you recollect the motion?
I do recollect that occurring, and provided that this $5,000 is for a council event, then it will follow what the vote was, I guess, over a year ago regarding the city manager working with the city council member to pull off the council event.
Or the meeting. It's not
Or
technically.
meeting.
It's not technically.
Well, and that's what's making this a little difficult, because are these going to be considered events that would then fall in line with that motion you're talking about, or are you treating these differently?
I've always provided that information to the city manager's office, so technically it's not an event. It's like a town hall gathering and an update of what is happening in the city every quarter.
I will just say to you that the motion that you're referring to with the previous council to move events under the city manager was limited to events. So based on what you just said, you're not considering these meetings events.
Correct, but I will ask that the city clerk define the motion that was voted on, because I know that he made a request to have the agenda, have any type of notification sent, or identifying information that could substantiate what it was about. So I will look for the motion. I will look for the motion. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And my other question is, I'd like you to weigh on, as an elected official, I shouldn't have to seek permission to have a community meeting, correct? I've been having them all of the time, and so have some of my ward mates.
I would need to look in the ordinances and charter to see if there's any rules or guidance in there. I will say, without knowing what it says in your documents, the ordinances, the charter, or any policies that have been passed in previous meetings, that if you're going to use city resources, then you will need some permission to use those resources, right? We've seen all the time that a council member may put on the agenda, allow me to use the city council chambers for such and such event or meeting. So yes, that's asking for permission because you're using city resources.
Councilman Mitchell.
Yeah, so just wanted to comment. So can meetings be considered events too? So I'm just not sure if we're going to use it interchangeable, but it could apply. But yes, I think we have everything, guys. Oh, so the motion. So should I restate the motion again? Without, okay. Yeah, so I move that the city council approve.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mitchell.
Point of information, please.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to direct this question to Councilmember Mitchell. In your motion, you stated that he should not use these sources, but as I stated earlier, the work has been done, so he may want to use the sources as a guide.
I was just saying it's not a definite, he has plenty of pathways to go down to find the money. We've done, I think everybody's done a great job of identifying different ways he could get to that money. I think it's ultimately up to him to decide. So I think our biggest job is to get him this list of demands right here. We actually passed this tonight so he can further, go on and do his job. But going back to the motion, since we already have legislations around these events and meetings, would be to, I move that the city council approve the budget adjustments as reflected in the budget adjustment spreadsheet. Reprogramming. I'm using the tab reprogramming at the bottom.
Second, so what's the next one?
Discussion.
Right, discussion, sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman Hemming.
Councilmember Mitchell, I think that the conversation that just was had between one of the council members and the city attorney is exactly why I'm asking for this to be approved with enacting legislation. The ambiguity, the not being able to find previous votes, et cetera, make it really, really challenging when it's hard for accountability. So if you would reconsider what I had previously asked, which was enacting legislation, I'd be happy to support your motion. If for some reason that's not agreeable to you, I cannot support your motion.
I think they were saying they already have legislation around this, around events that's under the city manager's office. I'm not sure if we need to,
I would like a resolution that defines these things. We have come and had many conversations about this, and so if you don't want to add it, Councilmember Mitchell, that's fine, but I will not support the motion. Having consistency and clarity of definitions benefits the public, so there's no opportunity for question, concern, or the appearance of misappropriation of funds. I think this is a small ask, and it is important to our process to restoring trust with the community. So if for some reason you can't approve this or can't add it into the motion, then I can't support the motion as is currently stated.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, would that be an amendment to his motion that would need to be approved? Her request for legislation?
So his motion, his new motion, we're treating as a substitute motion because the earlier motion, he's changing it from the first motion, right? And then, yes, you would need to get a second, if there is one, on Councilmember Hemming's request to amend Councilmember Mitchell's motion.
Okay, thank you. So, you had...
So can I second her if she wants to amend it, or is that how that goes?
You can.
Okay. Are you making an amendment?
Somebody needs to go out.
Oh,
Yes, Councilmember Mitchell, I'm happy to amend your original motion, which is to approve the reprogramming dollars of this sheet with enacting legislation to define what these ward-specific activities would be.
Cool. You can second it. Or
Discussion.
second, yeah.
I'm in for discussion.
I'm just trying to make sure that somebody's capturing what was just said, because, okay, so we're moving to approve the reprogramming dollars of the reprogramming sheet with approved legislation for the funds, is that correct? With approved legislation.
With enacting legislation regarding the ward-specific community meetings.
You got a second to that, Madam Mayor, so you're in discussion on that amendment.
Okay, I just want to make sure that go ahead.
All right, and I just want the record to reflect that city buildings can be used for community meetings. Events need council approval. Please make sure that the record reflects that, Madam City Clerk. And many people up here have had community meetings in city buildings, and no one has asked for legislation then. They haven't. They haven't. We have to stop caving in to nonsense. Like, we have to. We can't, like, we have to. We have to come to some sort of agreement, some sort of accord. And the last thing that I would like to say is people advocate for rules and policies when none are needed as a means of control. So I wanted the record to reflect that information as well. Councilmember Mitchell, I am happy to support this, but I do not think that we need legislation because of the reasons that I just previously stated. This has been going on, so just want council to think about that. That's it. Thank you.
Councilman Freely?
Yeah, thank you. On this point, I think what's confusing, at least to me, I certainly won't speak for anyone else, is that essentially the dollars we're talking about here are additional discretionary spending for council. They've been put in here as meetings or events, and so people are caught up in that. This is essentially discretionary spending. We are increasing our budgets. Why it's under the city manager here, I don't know, because it should be under ward expenses. And if you want additional money in your ward expenses, then to Councilmember Hemming's point, we have to have enacting legislation which makes that allowable. So we've got a big mix of issues here. But I think essentially what we're talking about is not earmarking dollars for events or meetings, it's just discretionary spending. And a certain ward may decide that they want to use that for a virtual meeting, and there's no expense. So this is just discretionary spending. So we are essentially voting, again, why it's under the city manager, I don't know, but we're voting to give ourselves additional discretionary dollars. And that's fine if people want to do that, but to Councilmember Hemming's point, the charter gives us certain dollar amounts. So we have to change that legislation in order to make this legal. That is my point on that. On the other issue that I have repeatedly raised, if that point is not going to be addressed, then I can't support this vote.
Councilmember Mitchell? The motion that is on the floor is to approve the reprogramming dollars on
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's okay.
That's not what's on the floor. Right now, what's on the floor is Councilmember Hemming's amendment to Councilmember Mitchell's main motion. So if that fails, then you'll go back to Councilmember's motion. If it passes, then you'll put them together. You did. You seconded it. We went in discussion. Now it's time for the vote on the amendment.
All those in favor? Okay. All those opposed?
This is on the amendment. So,
Right.
okay. Now, add that to Councilmember Mitchell's motion, which you were about to read.
Okay. So the motion was for council to approve the reprogramming dollars to define, oh gosh, to approve the reprogramming dollars I mean, that's what it is. To approve the reprogramming dollars in the sheet.
Plus the amendment that
Oh,
just
yes, to
passed.
approve the reprogramming, the motion on the floor is to approve the reprogramming dollars on the sheet with acting legislation.
I think that's a little incomplete because the legislation is not just for anything. It's, the amendment you guys just discussed was for the community meetings.
Okay, let's try this again. The motion is for council to approve the approve the reprogramming dollars on the sheet as it relates to the council community meetings.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Councilmember Mitchell, can you restate your motion, please, sir?
So, Councilmember, let me just talk in plain English. You want to approve the reprogramming dollars as it is presented in the sheet.
Yes.
Okay, and then Councilwoman Hemmings wants to ensure that legislation is aligned with, legislation is passed for the spending of the community dollars.
You got it. The community meetings. I'm sorry.
Right. So the motion is for the city manager to update the budget with the information.
Madam Mayor,
on-
that's not the motion. And I'm so sorry to keep interrupting you, but
No, it's okay.
myself and Councilman Mitchell had that conversation. That's not what he wanted his motion to be. His motion was for the city council to approve this document.
Okay.
Then you guys voted to add the amendment to require legislation for the expenditure of the community meeting money.
Okay. All right, so,
So moved.
okay, right, at this point, because it's just basically, we're going to approve the reprogramming
Yes.
budget with the reprogramming updates, as well as with legislation to ensure that ward community meetings are approved by council.
Yeah.
That
Are approved.
legislation is approved.
Is approved.
To support the expenditure.
You want to
So-
say it? Go ahead.
So that's the motion.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
you just need to call for the question
Okay.
on whether or not that passes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, nay. Okay, all, one aye, all ayes and one nay.
So it
Can we-
passes.
Okay, motion passes.
Point of information, Madam Mayor.
I'm trying to tell you.
Councilmember Mitchell, well, I guess this would be for the city attorney. Don't we need, okay, that motion passed, doesn't he need to be directed to come back? Like what, I mean, where am I? We need another motion for the city manager to come back with what we are being asked,
So,
what is being asked.
I
And then
can
we
do-
probably need another motion to direct the city attorney to come back with that, with the programming dollars. We need 2 additional motions.
You do need a motion now that you guys have passed. Sorry. Now that you have passed this document with the additional legislation for ward meetings, now what, right? So you need a motion to direct the city manager to do something with it, right? I'm not sure where you were going about the city attorney and reprogramming dollars, though.
I'm sorry, I got caught up in the moment, but since there was legislation, there was a question in reference to legislation surrounding the community meetings. With the approval of this document, the directive would have been to direct the city attorney to come back by.
With that legislation.
Exactly. So I'm going to make the motion, or Councilmember Mitchell, you can make the motion on when he needs to come back with these changes to the proposed document.
Sure. I believe, Mr. Redmond, you said a good day would be Monday or Friday, or did you give it?
That was actually interim director Cartwright that talked about that date, and I don't remember what date it was.
I did say Monday, but I'll work hard to get it done before then.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to have our city manager and finance director take the agreed upon list of initiatives, and I guess, are we bringing them back in, it's not going to be in the folder, is it? Hold on one second. So, do we need this in, Madam City Attorney? So, we don't need an actual physical copy, right? I want to review it. Okay. Okay.
However you want, you just need to articulate it in the motion, what you want the city manager now to do with what you just passed.
Sure. So I want to make a motion for the city manager to take the reprogramming spreadsheet we just approved and bring that back in the form of a proposed budget.
I have one.
By Monday, the 26th, the 27th.
Provisional mayor. Provisional mayor. Can you come sit down here? Thank you. I have a motion. Can you call me? Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, digital's fine.
So digital?
Yes.
Okay, you said in digital form, we're in discussion, so.
Yes, and
Oh, I think. Yeah, the motion was to direct the city manager and financial director to incorporate the changes from the reprogramming spreadsheet into a new proposed budget and have it to us by Monday the 27th in digital form.
second for discussion.
You have a second?
I just
Any
want.
discussion?
Yes, can you please repeat your motion to include council-approved budget revisions into a final public-facing budget document? Councilmember Mitchell.
We got to treat that as an amendment to his motion, right? His motion got a second. If you want to add now additional elements to his motion, we need to treat that as an amendment to the motion and do what we've done, vote on the amendment, then add it to the main motion. Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to make the amendment? You can make
No,
it.
point of information. I just want you to restate your motion, please. I'm sorry.
So the motion was, you're making me forget now. So the motion was to take the, the approved spreadsheet. I'd like to direct the city manager, financial director to incorporate our approved spreadsheet into a new proposed budget and present it to us digitally by the 27th, which is a Monday. That was the motion.
Oh, okay, so we're in discussion, okay. Bye. Any discussion, let's see.
No, I'm in for something else, Madam Mayor.
You're not in for this.
Yes, I wanted to make a motion to direct the city attorney to come back with proposed legislation that coincides with the resolution and the, oh my goodness. Point of information, Madam City Attorney. Weigh in on legislation that was discussed earlier regarding
the community meetings, because as an elected official, I don't know why I must have legislation for a community meeting. Okay, thank you.
So you want to make a motion to direct the city attorney to draft the legislation for the expenditure of the $5,000 discretionary funds for community meetings.
I'd like you to weigh in on that. All right, I'd like you to weigh in on that.
Weigh in, please help me out.
On possible legislation for that, because as an elected official, I should be able to meet with the community at my discretion. As I stated earlier, council members have used city buildings and had community meetings or town halls or whatever you want to call them. As an elected official, do we need legislation for community meetings? I'd just like you to weigh in on that for the public record.
Certainly, and as stated before, if you're going to use city resources, that includes funds or staff or buildings. Resources can include a number of different things that are in the ownership of the public, the taxpayer and citizens, then yes, you would need permission to do that. Yes.
Okay. I am trying to, no, I'm not. All right, just like to hear some feedback from council members. So will we need legislation for these community meetings?
Well, yes, because to the extent you just approved that.
Yes.
So the answer is yes.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to direct the city attorney to come back with a resolution in addition to other legislation that relates to us utilizing funds for community meetings. I don't know if that's where I'm trying to go with this, but we need you to come back with
the legislation you just approved.
Exactly. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, I've been trying to jump in. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, discussion. Item number 16 on tonight's agenda is discussion and policy direction regarding authorized resources and expenditures of the mayor and city council. So this includes legislation that the city attorney has previously drafted, and I put this on here so that we could have a conversation about all discretionary funds, resources, and expenditures to council, because we've had plenty of public presentations that have confirmed that our current legislation caps us at $1,800. And so directing the city attorney without having the full discussion about what we would like to see in the policy, I think would be too narrowly focused on the community events. And there needs to be a broader conversation about all resources and expenditures for council, given that we've had plenty public conversation that right now we're capped at $1,800 for our allowance, and then the city ordinances infer that we can have education and travel dollars. So that would be, my request would be, instead of trying to get this passed in this moment, that council have the discussion and provide some policy direction about what they'd like to see in the legislation. Thank you. I yield.
Councilman Freely and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thanks. So I'm wondering if we add to the proposed motion directing the city attorney, there was also language in that spreadsheet about other enacting legislation to allow for the disbursement of general fund dollars through various community programs. So I would like to see that enacting legislation draft as well.
I accept.
It's not- Okay, so the motion on the floor is to task me with drafting the legislation around the community meetings. That was Councilmember Martin Rogers' motion. It got a second. Councilmember Hemming said she wants to expand that discussion to talk about all discretionary spending. So that's an amendment to Councilmember Rogers, Martin Rogers' motion. Okay? So do we have a second, or can you ask for a second to have that added to the main motion?
Do we have a second, I'm sorry, do we have a second for Councilwoman Hemming's motion?
She didn't make it.
She did. She made an amendment to your motion. She did.
She made an amendment to your motion, right?
Oh.
She didn't want to limit the legislation to just spending discretionary funds on community meetings.
What was it?
But then council member, what did?
We haven't gotten to that one yet. You're right.
Okay.
We'll get to that one after we take care of the First Amendment.
So discussion on that
So
then.
we're calling the vote on the.
I have
ma'am.
discussion on the amendment.
On Hemmings?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have clarity as to what she wants the additional, so does there need to be a discussion around?
It's going to have to be a discussion on Councilmember Rogers' motion, discussion on what Councilmember Hemming just said, and then once we get to Councilmember Freetley's, it's going to have to be a discussion on all of it.
Okay.
Unless I just write what I think, but that's not what you want. It should be, reflect the will of the council.
Okay.
So I certainly can work with the council members and do what we've always done. Work with them and then send it out to the council for feedback. And then, you know, once we get close to something that would get some majority vote, we put it on a work session, that kind of thing. So you can call for the question if there's no more discussion on Councilmember Hemming's amendment to expand the legislation to include all discretionary spending. All those in favor?
Passes.
Okay, now your second amendment is Councilmember Freetley's to now to add to that, tasking the city attorney to draft legislation regarding the policy for the community stabilization
Program
program,
and the disbursement of those
general
dollars.
funds.
Second.
Any discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in for a point of personal privilege, but after this vote, if you're okay, Madam Mayor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to do this, but now I need you to get a vote on the whole motion now that includes those two amendments by Hemming and Freetley. Just an all in favor to the whole motion to task the city attorney to draft the legislation to include the Ward B, not Ward B, although yay Ward B, to include the community ward expenditures, to expand that to include discretionary fund expenditures, and the legislation around community stabilization program expenditures. That's
All
the
those in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Good. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Now you're done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Madam Mayor, may I have a point of personal privilege?
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Jesus, yes.
Rule 12.
What's the rule 12?
Here you are. Here's Rule 12.
Okay, so Rule 12 is the right of the council member to address the council on a question of personal privilege shall be limited to Kate. to cases which integrity, character, or motives are assailed, to questions or impute, what is that? The question for the personal privilege must be entertained during council comments for a period of 8 minutes, which includes 3 minutes to allow the council comments.
Yeah, she can't do personal privilege. We're playing by the rules. Yeah. Mm-mm. So you have to rule on my point of order, please. That's, you asked for a question of personal privilege. That's supposed to be during council comments.
Approved.
Thank you.
So Councilmember Friedley brought to my attention that you're the one that said so moved on that last motion, and unfortunately, Madam Mayor, you cannot make motions, and so we just needed someone else to say it.
I said so moved.
You did. And I just went with it because it's 12:14, and I shouldn't have.
So the two votes were counted, and so. Okay, we did all those in favor, and then they counted for ayes, and then I said so moved. So it confirmed that the vote passed, right?
When I stated the motion,
Right.
you said so moved, and you can't say that. A council member needs to say it.
Okay, so we need to recall the vote. All right, all those in favor?
No. Have them make the motion, or I can state it, and then someone can say so moved.
Okay.
All right.
Or else restate the motion, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
The
much.
motion was to task the city attorney to draft legislation regarding the ward community meetings and to also address legislation regarding discretionary funding and legislation regarding the community stabilization expenditures.
So moved.
Now you, all in favor? No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passed. Thank you. No, wait.
No.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Should we look at this to see where we could get staff to go ahead and present so that we may relieve them this evening, please?
Yes, please. Would we like to move forward to number, we have number 5, number 6?
8, 9, 10, 11 are all water sewer.
Mm-hmm. 6, 7, we got contracts and procurement. So we want to start contract and procurement.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Just here to see if we can get this resolution, I'm sorry, the ordinance, the definition for the ordinance, single source ordinance.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move to approve the resolution for the definition of single source within the ordinance as presented by Contracts and Procurement.
It's an ordinance, so you would
Sorry.
have to make a motion to waive the first reading.
Okay.
And then a motion to approve the ordinance.
I move to waive the first reading.
Okay, all those in favor?
I
All those opposed? The motion passed.
move that council adopt the ordinance for the definition of single source.
It's been moved. All those in favor?
Did I get a second?
Discussion. Do we have any discussion? Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes. Madam City Attorney, you included the definitions that were recommended that I sent, correct?
Yes, Madam, Councilmember Martin Rogers. It was
Thank you.
sent back to you on 7/13.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Procurement, would you stay up for 15? Mayor, since this is also going to involve procurement, let me jump to get 15 out the way.
Number 15, sir.
Yes, we're utilizing a federal contract for this. We're just seeking approval for you guys.
Councilman Akin.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the vendor Robert Bob Group for MAS GSA contract number 47Q as in Queen, R as in Robert, A as in Apple, A as in Apple, 24D as in David, 0021 for the process mapping and Lean Six Sigma review of open records requests not to exceed the amount of $100,000.
Any discussion?
Yes. Thank you. And I'd like the record to reflect that this proposed $100,000 vendor engagement should be processed through the city's procurement process that applies to service contracts of $12,500 or more and is well above that threshold. And then there's another contracts and procurement that council voted on in the past that if it's $25,000 or greater, it should come before council through that process. Before council considers approval, the administration should provide the scope of work, the contract, the procurement method used, and the deliverables. I don't have that information. I am not going to support $100,000 for the Robert Bob Group because when I first initially served on council, this group came into the city of East Point, and the research needs to be done on how we had to dismiss them out of the city of East Point. So I'm not going to support this without any documentation. Without the documentation, council can't determine if this expenditure is competitive, reasonable, and compliant with the city policy or in the best interest of taxpayers. And for the record, it was attached to our agenda booklet, and the only thing that it said is City Council action request on. Council discussion and possible action on vendor Robert Bob Group from MAS/GSA contract. It lists the contract number for the process mapping in Lean Six Sigma review of open records requests not to exceed $100,000. So has this even gone through the procurement process?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's that documentation?
The contract number that you read, or that Councilman Atkins read off, is the actual GSA contract that is the solicitation process.
Okay, I would like copies of that information.
Not a
I do
problem.
not feel comfortable supporting this $100,000 allocation when we've just heard that the city is at a deficit. And I'd also like the record to reflect that this was another one of those directives that was given to the city manager back in February, I believe, by council, and it is now July. So please let the record reflect that. I will not be supporting this because Robert Bob Group has been in the East Point, has been in the city of East Point, and council should really do their due diligence of the work that they did when they were previously here. So thank you. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
I was in for
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Just as a little refresher, because the information that was listed in the packet was very minimum. So can you kind of provide a little bit of detail around the project, the goal, so we kind of know what this is going to cover?
So what I can speak on right now is the GSA contract. The contract itself is, I mean, it's a state contract, federal contract. It's been competitively bidded. In regards to what we're seeking the assistance in dealing with the open records request. If I don't mind, I'll turn it over to City Manager to kind of expand from that.
Yeah, this was a directive from City Council. I think Councilman Ms. Rogers talked about when that was, but this was in relation to our public records requests and helping the efficiencies of how those requests are being processed. And so this group went through our procurement process, which has been laid out by the procurement interim director, and it's before the council so that we can move forward. This is funded in the fiscal year 26 budget, and so the funding is there.
Any more discussion on this topic? Councilman Freely.
No, sorry, I was just getting ready to vote.
All right, seeing no more discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No. Oh, my bad. Wrong
Okay.
bad. Councilmember Hemme?
Aye.
Councilmember Freely? Councilmember Atkins?
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings? Councilmember Mitchell? Is
Will
not
Rule
here.
14 apply?
We're gonna see Councilmember Caldwell?
No.
Councilmember Martin Rogers?
No.
Yeah, so I just have, yeah, I got 4. It's 4-2. Do I count, Laren, would I count Councilmember Mitchell's vote?
If Rule 14 applies, yes, you would count it. That's not my decision to make, but that's Madam Mayor.
Got it.
We have 2 people out. So,
Ziegler was never at the meeting.
Point of information.
go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, please read Rule 14 into the record as it relates to absences of council members. I think that there is some misinformation. You are to receive permission from the chair for absences of meetings. So I know that some council members like to call the city clerk's office, but for the record, that's not the rule. You're supposed to call the city's mayor, and receive permission for absence from meetings. So if we could read Rule 14 into the record, thank you.
Any council member who is absent without having been excused by the presiding officer shall have he or she voted counted as yea, a yea vote on every non-substitute motion made. Any council member who refuses to vote will have the vote recorded as yea vote. Council members may only vote as yea, nay, or council members may abstain due to perceived or actual conflict of interest. Thank you.
So his vote counts.
The vote is 5-2.
Pastors? Okay. We are on number 7.
Madam Mayor, did we do item 5, or are we still going through staff items?
We're going to go through staff
Okay.
items for now.
I think 5 should be removed.
Okay. Move to nope, just remove it.
I
Okay.
think the direction came from 19 or whatever.
All right. Item number 7.
Madam Mayor, I move that we open the floor for item 7, council review and approval on emergency sewer main replacement located at Church Street, et cetera, et cetera.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we need a motion for these?
Madam
Do
Mayor?
you need a motion for the rest of these, or can I call them as, I mean, if council wants to motion for it, that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
this-
so we've opened it.
These are action items, so it's a motion, yep.
Sorry, my bad, Councilwoman Freely. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay,
Madam Mayor?
yes.
I move that we approve the emergency sewer main replacement located at Church Street due to a collapse within the roadway resulting in a sewage surfacing and requiring immediate repair. This is an emergency due to life, health, or safety risk to the public according to City Ordinance Section 4-3306, Emergency Procurement.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, thank you. We have a second. All those in favor?
Discussion.
I'm sorry, any discussion? No discussion. Hold. No discussion, so we have all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries, motion passes. All right. Item number 8. Council discussion and possible action on utilizing RFQ 2024-1857 annual on-call contractor GS Construction for new water line installation on West Hamilton Avenue, from Park Avenue to Main Street as part of Fulton County Community Development Block Grant funding for the amount of not to exceed $573,300.
Amen.
Me? Oh, sorry. I'm happy to open the floor for council discussion and possible action.
Second.
Hemming? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Okay. Okay, item number, what are we doing?
I didn't make the motion to approve it, though, Madam Mayor. If you're ready, I'm happy to do it.
If you want to just go ahead and approve the item, you can
Oh,
just
you
approve
can.
it.
Oh, okay.
We
I
only
apologize.
open the floor for discussion if you need discussion.
I
But if y'all are
apologize.
just ready to approve them, just
Okay.
make a motion to approve it.
So I move to approve utilizing RFQ 2024-1857, annual on-call contractor, GS Construction for new water line installation on West Hamilton Avenue from Park Street to Main Street as part of the Fulton County Community Development Block Grant funding for the amount of not to exceed $573,300.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? We just had discussion on this, didn't we? What did we have discussion? Okay, I have to go back and ask that one question. Okay, any discussion? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I would just want the record to reflect that this is a part of the Fulton County Community Development Block Grant funding. So that's what I wanted the record to reflect. Thank you.
Okay, so we had discussion. So I call for the vote now. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. Item number 9.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the clarifier basin 7 and 8 gearbox for the vendor Cornerstone H2O from ITB, #2026, 2023-1927 for clarifier basin 7 and 8 gearbox rotating assembly repair, not to exceed $182,070. The funding source is a congressional-directed spending source rewarded to the water treatment plant from a grant in the amount of $1.6 million.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? The motion carries. All right, item number 10.
Madam Mayor?
No. Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the motor control switchboard installation with vendor Miller Electrical Contractors from ITB, number 2026-1923, for motor control switchboard installation not to exceed $500,000. Be it noted that the funding source is from a congressional directed spending source rewarded to the water treatment plant from a grant in the amount of $1.6 million.
Second for discussion.
We have a second. Discussion. Councilwoman Caldwell and Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
All in favor?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I wanted to reiterate the funding source is congressional-directed spending source rewarded to the water and sewer treatment plant from a grant in the amount of $1.6 million.
No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries. Number 11.
Mayor?
Yes?
I move that we approve Miller Electrical Contractors from ITB number 2026-1922 for micro switch replacement Sweetwater not to exceed $114,530. The funding source is congressional discretion spending and from a grant of $1.6 million.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like for the record to reflect the funding source is a congressional-directed spending source rewarded to the water treatment plant from a grant in the amount of $1.6 million. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Item number 12.
Madam Mayor? I would like to make a motion to approve the contract for vendor Kimley Horn and Associates for RFP 2026-1917, Safe Streets and Roads for all SS4A Safety Action Plan in the amount not to exceed $499,978. SS4A Grant and General Funds, 20% local match funded.
Second for discussion.
We have a second. And we have Councilman Atkins and then Councilman Caldwell. Go ahead, Councilman Atkins. Oh, you're not? Okay. Councilwoman Martin Rogers and then Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, and Public Works Director, Mr. Reeves, if you could just give us a brief explanation on the Safe Streets Roads Safety Action Plan. I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then if you could also let us know about that 20% local match. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This agenda item is for approval from Mayor and Council for action plan for a development plan for the city of East Point. It's a funding that we receive, grant funding that we receive for $499,978 to do a evaluation of our roads and streets for safety issues, which will have an action plan if we ever apply for any grants that may have some funding. We'll already be in place for that. That 20% matches should be $99,995.60.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. City Manager, given that we are operating off of FY26, since we don't have an approved FY27 budget, could you please let council know where the $99,000 match is supposed to come from?
This may have to be approved, but put on hold until we actually have an approved budget. I also am not sure if this is being funded by T-Splosh. Director, I'm not sure where the funding source is. Is this general fund?
Grant fund,
Is it the 20%?
general fund grant funding. Yes, sir. General fund grant funding.
Oh, so general, so this might just need to be on hold until we actually approve the budget.
So how does that work, Mr. City Manager? Would we need to approve it, but then amend the motion to?
To begin, once the new budget is passed, again, we're on a month-to-month, and this would be considered a new engagement. So fiscal year '27 would be appropriate, and I should hope that that should be happening soon. And so by approving with the understanding that we move forward once the budget is passed, wouldn't slow down the department from moving forward, just wouldn't move forward until the budget is passed, and hopefully that'll be the 1st of August.
So I have a question, because the way that it's written on the budget impact statement, it says that the SSA 4A grant is at $400,000, and then the general funds are at the $99,978. Would we be able to accept the $400,000 even though we can't fulfill our match until FY '27?
I believe we would have to show that we have that grant, that funds in that before we accept that,
Okay, okay.
the matching funds.
Okay.
Correct?
I do see that you have a very detailed task list related to this that has steps that Kimberly Horn has outlined. I'm formulating my question. My concern is that the scope of services was supposed to start on June 24th, 2026. Given that we don't have an FY '27 budget, we would not be able to defend or describe to Kimberly Horn that we had those matching dollars. And so how does this impact your project timeline if we have to defer this?
I'll have to look and see the timeline of the grant, but at this point, I don't think it would impact it at this point, no ma'am.
Okay, okay.
We should be good by the time this budget is approved, as long as it's not the November deal like 2018 or something like that.
Okay. I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Oh.
It's okay.
I don't have any more discussion. Do we need to do a motion to approve? Do we need to amend the motion?
We had a motion and a second to approve.
Yes.
So it's just calling for the vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Number 13.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, this is a T-Splosh intergovernmental agreement for the use of the distribution of proceeds generated by the 2026 Transportation Special Local Sales Option Tax Referendum. It's going for vote excuse me.
I'm in.
Okay, do you have go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the T-Splosh intergovernmental agreement for the use and distribution of proceeds generated by the 2026 Transportation Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax Referendum.
Discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes. Number
14. Yes. Mayor and Council, item number 14 is council review and...
Councilman,
Yes,
do you have
ma'am.
a motion?
Sorry
Go
about
ahead.
that.
Did you call me?
Yeah.
All right, yes. Who did you call? Who did she call? Okay, yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the vendor and contract 2026-1919 for on-call construction services vendor Audico Development LLC. The contract term is for 1 year with a 2-year optional renewal for on-call services.
It's just 2 optional renewals each 1 year.
Okay, retracking. The contract term for 1 year with the option for 2 years. No?
To 1 year.
Read it as it's written, that'll work.
I did.
2 optional renewals. It doesn't have-
2 optional renewals. Okay, I'm going to disregard what I was stating first. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the vendor in contract 2026-1919 for on-call construction services, the vendor Audico Development LLC, contract term 1 year and 2 optional renewals. On-call service not to exceed $2 million. Various projects will be funded by the General Fund, CIP, T-Splash, LMIG, and GDOT.
Discussion. Councilwoman Herring.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may, to the presenter. Mr. Reeves, I just want to hear a little bit about this vendor. As I understand, it's a local vendor, and I am reading the documents that suggest we've had a very long relationship with them. I just would like for you to give some insights to council about why this vendor, how it supports your goal, the relationship that you've had with them, the delivery and the quality of the services that they offer to the city.
Because it was put out for solicitation, this vendor basically knows the city. They're probably locally, so they're able to mobilize a lot easier, so they end up getting the bid. You saw them on another project. We've had a working relationship with Audico for over years on different things. We've had her, she's put in bids, and we put in windows in our buildings. She's done water repairs. She's done sidewalk repairs, and we feel pretty good about the company. Once we vet them, we do talk about companies that don't really provide us the services that we really want to have rendered to us, and she's pretty much stepped up to the table, or they have pretty much stepped up to the table.
And I note that in your packet, you include some examples of previous projects that they've done. Is there any project that would stand out as an exemplar of why council should continue supporting this relationship with Audico?
Audico did our Little Headland Drive sidewalk project, and the only thing we had problems with them was a couple of trees that died, and she did come back and replace those before the warranty was expired, but that's one of our major projects.
Which part of the Low Headland?
Right there at Headland intersection.
At the intersection?
Yes, yes, ma'am, and the sidewalk that goes down by Wayfields.
Okay. And so just so I understand as a new council member, the 2 million is, she's on call, so this is not saying that council is approving that 2 million for sure is going to Audico, but that up to 2 million would be expended for different projects as it relates to, on-call needs, just to make sure that I understand what I'm voting for.
No, it's fine. No, it's a good question, actually. It's 2 million that would expand over the 1 year and the extensions of the other years. That 2 million would encompass all of that. It would be the one vendor, but it would be extended for the whole life of the contract, even the 2 extensions.
But the funding sources you would bring back to us?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes. Oh, each time we utilize them, we will bring it back to Mayor and Council, say, hey, we're going to utilize for this project.
Okay, thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Reeves.
That should answer your question. Yes, ma'am.
Any more discussion on this item, this topic? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Okay.
All those opposed? I didn't get all the, can you, all those in favor? All those opposed?
Crickets.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Have a good evening. All right.
Councilwoman Hemmings, we already addressed number 16, correct? Or? Okay.
Given the hour, I'm happy to defer this item to the next meeting so that council can have a fresh brain to discuss this very important matter.
Okay. All right, defer to the August 10th,
The August 3rd meeting.
August 3rd, okay, August 3rd. So item number 16 will be deferred to August 3rd.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. And then we already crossed out 17 and 18. Number 19 is, we've already handled that. And then, so now we have executive session.
Also, to the hour, I'm only wanting to go to executive session for one item that is time sensitive, please. Is real estate. Real estate.
Thank you.
And I have none.
Okay, Councilwoman Cumming?
Thank you.
No.
Councilman Atkins? Councilman Martin Rogers?
One maybe personnel.
Councilwoman Caldwell?
One personnel.
Councilwoman Hemming?
4 personnel.
Councilman Freely? Okay, so we are, hold on.
I'm sorry.
So I have 1 personnel. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 personnel and 1 real estate for executive session. So may I have a motion? Yes.
I move that we adjourn into executive session for 1 real estate and 7 personnel.
Yes. We have a second. Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passed. Council, there you go. Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. Motion to, okay, resume.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor?
yes.
I'd like to make a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session regarding 2431 Jefferson Terrace.
Second?
Second.
I did that from memory.
That's correct. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes.
Motion to adjourn, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there a second?
Oh, sorry. Motion to approve the executive session minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn, Madam Mayor.
Is there a second? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion, meeting adjourned.